No problem. All right, we're going to call the regular council meeting of August 28th to order. And we're going to start off with a swearing in. So I'll invite Lisa and Mr. Joe Bronco up, please.
Anytime. I do solemnly swear, I, Joseph Bronco, swear that I will do diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my ability, execute to the law the office of Councillor for the City of Wetaskiwin, so help me God.
Welcome, Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, Councilor Bronco.
Thank you.
All right, we've got open mic, and we've got a few people that are registered for it. So we'll start with the Legion, Keith and Ken, please. Councilor Billingsley, is that mic on? Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Keith Lewis. I'm with the Wetaskiwin Legion. I'm the service officer. The Wetaskiwin Legion has teamed up with One Veteran Society to host the Canadian Walk for Veterans. Now, the Canadian Walk for Veterans is a national event that's ran for 6 years. Now, this is the first year it's happening here in Wetaskiwin. There'll be 12 host cities across Canada and numerous virtual sites anywhere, literally across the world. In past years, they've had walkers in Florida, Michigan, Melbourne, Australia, and Holland. And also throughout 120 Canadian different cities. The purpose of the walk is to raise awareness for veterans. And when most people think of veterans, they think of World War I, World War II, and Korea. There's thousands and thousands of other veterans out there. For example, from 2001 to 2014, over 40,000 soldiers served in Afghanistan. Just right there is a big number. Not everybody realizes that, and many of those soldiers served multiple tours. This year's theme is Heroes of the Home Front, because without the home front, we couldn't do our jobs. So most of the money raised will be going to the military family resource centers across Canada. They are very strong supporters of the home front, and I know my wife and my family have been to the Edmonton Military Family Resource Center several times while I was deployed. This is a 5-kilometer walk. After the walk, we have a barbecue sponsored for all walkers, and there is a challenge coin that is handed out. And as I said, it's the first time here in Wetaskiwin. It is the 23rd of September. It's a $25 registration fee. The registration starts at 9, the walk starts at 10 and goes to 1 o'clock, so it's not a speed race or anything like that. You can walk at your own pace. The barbecue starts at 1 and will go to 4 o'clock? To 4 o'clock. Are there any questions about this event? No questions?
Anything we can do or need to do on behalf of the city just in terms of traffic control or?
The route has already been approved by the city manager, and we're on walking trails and sidewalks.
Perfect.
So there also will be 2 water points out there for people, water and fruit points. I thank you for this time to present this today, and I'd like to challenge you, Mr. Mayor, and your council members to come out and support and walk with me on the 23rd of September.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kayla Comet. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. My name is Kayla Comet. I am the president for Wetaskiwin Citizens on Patrol Association. We have submitted all of our paperwork for the government to form a society. We are working on trying to get donations as well as funding for some of our startup costs for equipment. I would like to, I guess, propose a further review for funding assistance at the next meeting, if possible. And then that way it'll give us time to get some donation letters out into the community to see if local businesses are able to contribute a little bit for some of the patrol equipment that's required. Yeah, so, and then I guess we're just waiting on a date for the next town hall meeting. So I believe everything will be announced at that as well.
Good. Any questions for Kayla? Go ahead.
Kayla, thank you very much for your work on this. I guess my question to you would be, what is the ask that your organization has to the city and to council?
We will need some funding assistance, but I'm going to try and gather some of the materials through the community as well. So currently for, I guess like an estimated cost, I'm looking at around $3,600 for everything. But if we are able to get some of the equipment donated through local organizations or sponsorships, then that will lessen the amount that's required for funding.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. What kind of equipment, so I'm new to this, so I haven't been here, what kind of equipment are you looking at?
So we will need iPads, backpacks, black safety, reflective vests, dash cams, SD cards, first aid kits, traffic wands, whistles, nitrile gloves, rain ponchos, hand sanitizer, notebooks, gas cards, and then funding for membership and insurance costs.
Thank you.
Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you. Kayla, following up on Councilor Billingsley's question, so at this point in time, there's no ask of the city for money, depending on what's happening with community donations, or there is a request of council?
There will be, but I just kind of wanted to bring it forward and hopefully be included in the next agenda meeting so I can have a little bit of a better idea for the donations that we're able to receive.
Great, thank you.
Good. Anything further? Again, thanks very much for all your work. Looking
you.
forward to hearing how it works. Next is Mike Kiefert here. No? Okay. Good. Looking for an adoption of the agenda. Go ahead, Councilor Nielsen. Any additions do we have? Councilor Billingsley?
Yes, I'd like to add a item to the closed session personnel issue. Or discussion, I guess.
Yeah, Sue?
Administration would like to add the, excuse me, the library notice of motion. We failed to put it in the agenda when we published it.
Okay. Do you want that under the staff Reports for decision or new business?
New business, please.
Okay, 15C. Moving the agenda as amended. Good. Councilor Bronco?
Can I add an addition to the agenda? I'd like to add two things. One, coming up real quick is our snow removal policy, or what do we have in place for snow removal? And also, I don't know if it's the proper place to bring it up, but the signs up by the Randall Museum, they're still up, construction's done, and I had a lot of complaints about people want to go out. Sign still says 50 kilometers versus nobody working, and all the pylons and potties are out there, so.
We've got a planning and training meeting following this, so you can just bring it up to administration, then we don't need it to be a part of the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, so snow removal will be 15D under new business. Adopting the agenda as amended, still good? Still good. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 6, consent agenda. Anything that needs to be pulled? I would like to pull the citizen reporting tool. That'll be 15, or that can be under the staff reports for information, for decision. So 10E. Somebody like to make that motion for the consent agenda with that one item pulled? Councilor Blatz, ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. And our delegations. First up, Jacob Hanlon. Perfect. Welcome, Jacob.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors and members of staff. Thank you very much for having me on today.
We're going to hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'm just going to share my screen here and I'll get started. Okay, so once again, I'll just say thank you again for having me on this morning. My name is Jacob Hanlon, and I'm the Municipal Program Coordinator at Food Cycle Science. And I'm really excited to be here virtually to discuss a food waste diversion opportunity. I believe that my team may have met some of you or some of your staff members at the FCM conference in Toronto earlier this year, so it's nice to be speaking to you today. And I'm going to go over a decent amount of information here in a short amount of time, so I just kindly ask that you stick with me, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the end. So to briefly speak about who we are, Food Cycle Science is a Canadian company, and we're based out of Ottawa, and we're 100% focused on food waste diversion solutions. We do this using our innovative technology called the Food Cycler. So our in-home food recycler is sold direct to consumers through partnerships with companies like Vitamix, but then we also put them into classrooms with some of our partnerships with not-for-profit organizations like Eco Schools Canada, and then to municipalities as well through our Food Cycler municipal programs. So our municipal solutions help many small, rural, remote, and northern communities keep food waste out of their landfills. So we're currently working with 102 Canadian municipalities across 8 provinces and 1 territory, from Nelson in British Columbia up to Hay River in the Northwest Territories, and many communities in Alberta who often face struggles with food waste management, or where green bin curbside collection just isn't necessarily an option or the best option for them. Nearby to you, we have programs in Drayton Valley, Lac La Biche County, and Flagstaff County as well. So the problem with food waste is that it is avoidable. It accounts for a large portion of our household waste, and it's made up of mostly liquid, which is heavy and freezes in the wintertime. On top of that, when food waste ends up in the landfill, it's responsible for generating harmful greenhouse gases. So All these factors make it so that food waste is a problem that has a strong municipal impact. Now, one of the impacts to municipalities is that since food waste makes up such a large portion of our waste stream, it is causing our landfills to fill up quickly. Operating a landfill is obviously quite costly for a municipality, and we want to extend the lifespan of our landfills for as long as we can. So we often get asked the question, haven't we solved this already? And yes, there are curbside green bins in big cities with high population density and the right infrastructure, but this can be cost prohibitive and it can be operationally challenging to implement. Many people in your community might backyard compost, and while this is a great solution, unfortunately, backyard composting isn't feasible for everybody. It's certainly not a year-round solution either, and there's still the concern about bears and other animals getting into that backyard bin. And then finally, the easiest solution is to landfill organic waste, but the long-term impacts here are costly and harmful to the environment. So at Food Cycler, we've proposed a different way to deal with our food waste, and this really focuses on making it really easy to deal with and right in our homes. So we've essentially built a small kitchen appliance about the size of a bread machine where you put in your food waste, and this can include things like meat, poultry, fish, dairy, even some small bones. And then you push a button, and in 8 hours or less, so typically an overnight process, you end up with a dry, odorless, and nutrient-rich soil amendment that comes out. Quite comparable to a fertilizer. So the machine can be used anywhere that has a plug. Most people will use the removable bucket in their kitchen under the sink, let's say, and then they'll actually have the machine in a different part of their house, and then that way it doesn't actually take up any countertop space. But on average, the food processes between 1 and 3 kilograms of food waste per cycle, with each cycle taking under 8 hours. And it uses between 0.8 and 1.5 kilowatt hours of power per cycle, so the equivalent to having a computer plugged in for a similar amount of time. So we currently have these 2 household options in our municipal program. So residents can choose when they register for a program, either the FC30 there on the left, which has a 2.5 liter capacity, or the Eco5 on the right, which has a 5 liter capacity. We recommend the Eco5 for larger households, but ultimately we leave it up to the resident to choose which size best suits their needs in their household. And I'll just emphasize here that in the cycle that takes less than 8 hours, you have about a 90% reduction in the weight and volume of food waste. So even if residents were to put that into a curbside bin, the volume is still very much reduced. However, the byproduct is full of nutrients and very beneficial to soil health and to plant growth, so we never recommend it ends up back in the garbage. We actually have a list here of the recommended uses that we give to residents for the byproduct. Most residents, they put it into their garden. If they have any kind of space around their house where they have a garden or some plants or even a lawn, this will help with that soil health and just add a lot of nutrients in. But it could also be added to a backyard composter, a tumbler, green cone. Can be dropped off at a local compost site or a community farm or a community garden. So many options to ensure that the byproduct gets put right back into the environment and into our gardens and kind of close that loop on food waste. Now, from an environmental standpoint, the Food Cycler is a net negative carbon solution, and what this means is just like planting trees or using solar panels, when you're using a Food Cycler to avoid bringing food waste to a landfill, you're avoiding more greenhouse gases in the process than you're creating, and the same can't necessarily be said for other municipal services such as collection, where there's a fleet of trucks that are being put onto the road, and as we'll see here in the next slide, just an overall more heavily burdened system. So with the Food Cycler, it's a very simple loop, but then when you have a curbside green bin program, let's say, it's heavily burdened with unrelenting costs of trucking and labor and maintenance, and those costs are increasing every year. So with the Food Cycler, you get to truly decentralize food waste and really tackle it right at that household level. So one thing we've learned from working with our municipal partners across Canada is that residents are interested in things like this. They want to try new things, they want options, and they want these things to be brought to their community from their government. So with the Food Cycler, You get to bring something that's innovative and tangible to your residents, and they don't need to live in a big city to be able to divert their organics. And I mentioned earlier that we do have quite a few municipal partnerships across Canada. So to date, we've completed pilot programs in over 50 municipalities and over 6,000 households. And the results that we've obtained from these programs have been just extremely positive. We were able to achieve a significant amount of net new waste diversion. We have a generous user experience rating of 4.6 out of 5 stars within the programs, and then a 98% participation rate. And what this means is every resident who is participating in a program, they were asked if they continue using the food cycler after the program to be their food waste solution, and 98% said yes. Many municipalities have expanded programs to more households after that initial pilot program. In Nelson, British Columbia, for example, they did 2 small pilot programs to start, and they're now in the process of putting a food cycler in every home of the city of about 5,000 households. And just to go through a couple more slides before I wrap up here, we have some federal funding that goes towards these programs. So last summer, Food Cycle Science was selected as a finalist in Impact Canada's Food Waste Reduction Challenge, which is a 3-part initiative from the Government of Canada to reduce Canada's food waste. We received $400,000 to go right towards these programs, and that's what we've been doing. Any municipalities that partner with us will have access to this funding to help bring down the cost of the program, and then there's the final round of funding as well that will be happening over the next several months here, and we'll find out in the spring if we receive more funding. That's going to go right back into these programs, and any municipalities that partner with us will have the right of first refusal on this funding. So just to quickly go through the pilot timeline and what it actually looks like, it's typically a 12-week project. Residents will purchase a food cycler at the subsidized rate from their municipality. The residents use the unit for 12 weeks and track their usage, and then after that 12 weeks, the residents, they fill out a survey that we send to them, and we put all that information into a report and present it right back to you to show how much diversion, participation, and a lot of qualitative data as well. And then the residents keep their food cycler after that 12 weeks as well. And just my second last slide here before I wrap up, just to go over the cost structure of the program. It's a subsidy model where Food Cycle Science provides an initial discount, and then we add in that Impact Canada federal investment, and this brings the price of the machines down by 50% compared to retail. We then ask if the municipality subsidizes the cost by $100 per participating household, and then the residents will choose which model best suits their needs and pay that remaining amount there. And then after that 12-week period, once the resident has filled out that survey, the food cycler is theirs to keep forever. And my last slide is just the pilot size recommendation. So based on our experience, we'd reckon for a city of your size, the 200 household program, that would be a municipal investment of $20,000 and plus shipping and taxes. And then you'd see the return on that by extending your landfill life, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and then the reduced volume of waste in your collection and hauling as well. These are just recommendations based on our experience, and we're happy to tailor a program that better suits your budget or your resident interest as well. So with all that being said, I'd just like to thank you for taking the time to listen to the presentation. We would like to welcome your city as a partner in the Food Waste Challenge. We definitely believe that you'd be a good fit for the benefits of the program. But today, I'd just like to ask that you receive the presentation as information, and if there is interest in partnering for a pilot program, just to refer us to a staff member to work together to bring a report and recommendation back to council. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thanks very much, Jacob. Councillor Nielsen.
I move the City Council accepts the presentation from Food Cycler Municipal Solutions as information, and I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So Jacob, from your experience, what kind of participation take-up is there on a community of say, a similar community the size of Wetaskiwin, which is 13,000 people?
So we try not to be too large in an initial program. We think that starting off small, there's always the opportunity to add more if need be. So we would typically start anywhere from 100 to 200 with a community of your size. And with that, we would keep a wait list. So if it gets sold out in a day or an hour, which has happened before in communities similar to your size. We would just keep a wait list, and with that, we could always present that back to you or to your staff member and just say, we had really good uptake and we have an extra 100 people waiting. If there is space in the budget and we can bring food cyclers to those residents too, we'd love to do so. Or if it's something that needs to be considered for a 2024 budget item, that's an option too. So we're very diligent in tracking resident interest and putting materials out to residents to make sure that we can gauge the interest and make sure we're bringing the accurate number of machines to your community.
Thank you. Second question would be in relation to the participation rate after the pilot project has concluded. And I know you've got a high participation rate, but do you have an understanding of why people are opting out after that 12-week period?
We have a little bit of an understanding, so we always try to figure out where we can improve our programs, where things can go better. For those residents, as this is a new process for a lot of people, they may not have just necessarily understood what the machine entails. It is a very user-friendly machine, but like everything, there is a small, manufacturing defect rate and things like that. So we have had some residents where their machine may not have worked as efficiently off the start, and while we did replace it for them and we took care of any troubleshooting or things like that, sometimes that can still just leave a bad taste in a resident's mouth as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I've actually heard about you guys a lot through Sustainable Communities Conference and FCM, and I've seen a few of your presentations now, and I'm always really impressed by you guys and what you do. One of the things that I find really impressive about your program is the fact that your compost is sterile and it doesn't have a smell to it, which I know is the aversion that a lot of people have when it comes to compost. So it's a really unique process in that way. My question kind of goes through the next steps portion of the slide that's talking about the pilot program. So the participants would use the unit for a period of 12 weeks, and then it says that the next steps would be a tailored program design and implementation, and then grants would be available. How often do municipalities that you guys have partnered with apply for grants, and how many of those have been actually successful at getting grants for a program like this?
Thank you for the kind comments to start. It's always great to hear feedback like that. And to answer your question, so whether it's for an initial pilot program or a larger program afterwards, we have a full government relations and grant writing support team that will work alongside your staff members to, one, bring any potential grants to the forefront that we can apply for either together or on your end or on our end. And then what we found is with the larger programs, that is typically where there is a bit more grant opportunity. I'll use the City of Nelson, for example, who has started or who's in the process of their citywide program. FCM has helped fund that through their Green Municipal Fund, and that's helped fund a portion of their citywide rollout. I know that there are, within some of the provinces, there are smaller grants as well for community green initiatives and sustainable projects as well, and our team is more than happy to explore those alongside you. I don't actually have a percentage of how many grants go through for our programs. Honestly, that side isn't my expertise, and with the amount of municipal programs we have at just over 100, I don't have a number, unfortunately, but it is something I can speak with our grant writing team and get that information over to you.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberle. You're muted. Nope, still can't hear you. Okay. Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. Question, you had said this machine, this compost, I think, portable compost, you said it does meats, chicken, fish, and everything. Now, is that the meat, say you had a T-bone steak and do you throw the bone in it, or you got to skin it and throw the bone out? Same with the chicken. Can you throw the carcass in there, or would it chop it all up?
That's a good question. So it does vary a little bit. We try to avoid, and we put this in our material that goes out to the residents on the do's and don'ts, but we try to avoid dense bones, such as one from a T-bone steak. However, smaller chicken bones, fish bones, those will all be processed. We have done testing where we've thrown in a full roast chicken with the bones, and it processed it right down. They are very robust machines, and the list of do's and don'ts, the don'ts are, it's quite a small list, so most of your daily food waste can be processed in the machine, and the residents get all that information as well within the programs.
So, and my other question, if we were to purchase, or the council or our city decided, the grants, you said it costs $800, the city gives, who does the money come up front, then we as residents apply for the funding, or is that subtracted, or you invoice the municipality and everybody else?
So there are a couple different options we can go about that. In most cases, basically when residents come to collect their machine from the municipality, they will pay their resident portion of the 150 or the 300. It would be the municipality collecting the resident payment. We would send you the invoice, and then you would basically pay that invoice once you've collected the resident payments, and that would be the cost to you would be the net, which would be minus the resident portion. But if there was ever an issue with collecting resident payments, we've had some partners in very small towns where they just don't have the capacity to collect resident payments, then that's something where we can also look at it on our end to collect the resident payment and then just invoice you that municipal portion, which would be the $100 per household. So we are flexible in that, and we work together with you to find the best method.
Thank you.
What would the impact to our landfill be at 300 kilograms per household, or 30,000 kilograms in a year?
Through the chair to council, we would have to take that away and have a look at it. I know we've done some calculations on curbside organics, which is a much bigger scale, but I think every little bit helps. We would just need to run the numbers to show you exactly.
Jacob, do you have any idea what that would look like? If you've worked with other municipalities of similar sizes, what that kind of diversion what kind of impact that would have with the municipality or the landfill?
So we do actually have a calculator that we've developed with a third-party company where we can input your information in terms of the distance of your landfill from kind of a central point within your city. We can put in all of these factors, and we can put in how many households, let's say, you'd be looking at, and we can actually come up with these numbers in terms of emissions diversion, tonnage diversion. So that's something that we're happy to do alongside one of your staff members. It is a bit of a robust calculator, so we would request some information just in terms of the costs and kilometers and everything that are unique to your landfill and your city, but we can definitely bring that information back to you as well.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, and then I just see the question in the chat.
Yeah, she asked me, your primary question was whether it was only for wet food waste. Can brown waste be included?
I'm going to assume brown waste in terms of lawn waste and things like that. Paper as well. Okay.
Paper as well.
Yes, that's a good question. And so paper towel, napkins, things like that can be put in smaller amounts, mixed in with the food waste. It will process paper and paper towel. One thing that we always recommend is just to consider that if you're putting this back into your garden, you want to be mindful of what you're putting through and then what is ending up in your soil. So the same way that you may not put the paper towel into your backyard composter, let's say, it will process it. It is an allowable put for the machine, but it ultimately ends up being what the resident feels best with it.
Good. Thanks, Councillor Aberle. Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. Another question. By seeing the pictures you had here, you really chopped it up real fine. Almost looks like fertilizer. Could that be used to spread on your grass if you don't have a garden? Fertilizer, it's enrichment, you know. Can you sprinkle that, or like you do grass seed on your grass?
Yes, absolutely. And just on note, we are quite intentional with the vocabulary that we use for what the byproduct is. And while most people do call it a compost, it is quite a bit more in line with being a fertilizer. It is not fully composted food waste. It is processed food waste that has a high nutrient value. It has your nitrogen and your other important minerals that provide lawns with that additional value. Soil with that additional value. So it is, our play on words is we call it the foodalizer. But yes, it can definitely be sprinkled into the lawn. It can go into the garden. And like a fertilizer, you would want to mix it in. You wouldn't want to dump it in a pile in one place, and that would just be too concentrated with the nutrients. But it can definitely be used on the lawn in the garden as long as it's mixed in.
Thank you.
Anything further? Yeah, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Jacob, just want a better understanding, I guess, of the business plan. Are you looking for us to purchase the 100 units or whatever the amount of units up front, and then from there we would pay you the dollars less the $100 as far as our municipal subsidy, and that is part of the pilot project. What happens after that pilot project?
Yes, so just to start at the beginning there, in terms of you buying the units from us, one thing that we can do is set up kind of a pre-registration, so we can put material out to the residents and figure out how many residents are interested, so that you're not worried about purchasing 100 and stuck with 20. We can figure out the exact numbers with your staff members and put material out. So I'll kind of start with that. But then, yeah, so once that first pilot ends, we have multiple options. So you can do a reorder if, let's say, we're collecting a wait list of residents while that first 12-week program is going. If it's in the budget, if there's the interest from residents and there's an extra 100 or 200 or however many, we can always reorder, and that would be considered a second pilot or an extended pilot, and that would help with collecting more data based on your residents' usage. For a place like Nelson, they did their 2 pilots, and then they did a cost-benefit analysis versus a green bin program for them, and they ultimately decided that the food cycling program was a better fit for their community. And from then on, we worked very closely with them, and things like having drop-off bins for the byproducts in the city for residents who don't want to use it at home or can't use it at home. Things like having materials and videos and different things like that. So essentially, you can chip away at it bit by bit in terms of hitting a certain percentage of your population or doing a small reorder every year or every several months. There's not really a set process in terms of we can help you figure out if this will be a good fit for your city as a whole, or if there might only be a few hundred people within your city who want something like this. So those are just part of the methods that we work along with you during the partnership to help figure these out, and then we're there for every step of the way.
And I guess my next...
I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, kind of. I guess my next question would be to administration, would be as far as the logistics for our organization of handling these units. How would, I don't know if administration has taken a look at this, of how would we implement this? How would we inventory this? How would we distribute this? And I'd like to know if this is something, before we move forward with something like that, if these considerations have been looked at, or have they yet at this point?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I was one of the people who went to their station at the FCM conference. At the time, I had a brief thought that it could be run through waste and recycling. Thought for a second the community development person, but maybe not. I think it would fit with our waste and recycling. Yeah, if council was to move forward, we would just do the project through them.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Jacob.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councilors and members of staff. I really appreciate the questions and discussion, and have a great rest of your day.
Good, you as well. Item 8B, we have a delegation, Katrina Wold, and a spray park committee. Good morning and welcome.
Hello and good morning. I'm Chelsea Wood and this is Katrina Wold. Last spring in one of our parent council meetings, we were talking about the lack of a spray park here in the community. Katrina took the initiative to get a few things going. She started a Facebook group looking to gauge interest, and things have moved forward from there. So we have formed a small group of community members interested in organizing and supporting the building of a spray park for our city. Our goal is to work together with the city to help facilitate this endeavor. We've had an outpouring of interest from community. We've collected many letters of support from businesses, and we've seen a desire and demand for a project like this for some time. I myself have lived in the community for about 10 years, and I feel like there's been talk of a spray park for about as long as I've lived here. So I feel like this would be a great time to see an investment in that community asset. We believe that the spray park would be a dynamic addition to our community. It would provide a safe and enjoyable space for residents of all ages to cool off, play, socialize during warmer months. This proposal we prepared is going to outline the benefits, design, budget, and anticipated outcomes of the spray park project. So looking at the benefits, I'm just going to highlight 5 of the primary benefits we feel like we would have with that. Number 1 would be community engagement. It offers a space where families, friends, neighbors come together. The inclusivity, they're accessible to individuals of all ages and abilities. The features will be designed to accommodate people with varying levels of mobility, as well as it being a free accommodation. Physical activity would be a benefit, and the economic impact. The presence of an attractive spray park can draw visitors from nearby areas. It boosts local tourism, supports local businesses, and it is also an aesthetic enhancement. It will enhance the visual appeal of the town's public spaces, making it an inviting destination for both residents and visitors. Looking at the project, moving down to timeline, we've given ourselves, I feel like with the research that we've done, 2 years would be a reasonable aim to be able to complete the project. That would actually be a lofty goal. That would be the earliest that we would be able to do that from start to finish.
Okay, so moving into potential locations. So we've come up with 3 possible locations to look at. I have a package here for you to have after. In here, it has a site analysis of each, so strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. So you can look through that after. First location is the Manlock Center. We've had a couple companies come out and look at the sites. And then with community input, it is the preferred location. There was a City Wetaskiwin Parks and Recreation Master Plan done in 2013. In there, it is proposed to go beside the pool. There was also a public engagement survey done then that had the spray park as the #1 priority. And that was 10 years ago. So I pulled out just some pages from that document and have it in this package as well for you to look at. The other 2 locations are Kinsman Park and By the Lake Park. Pros and cons to all of them. These are kind of the main 3 that we looked at. But we would like to work with the city and really choose the best one for our community. So expansion, so along with any park comes picnic tables, benches, maybe a shade shelter, garbage cans, recycling, and all that stuff. So that would be considered as well. And then depending on the style of spray park, a washroom change room facility would be something to talk about as well down the line. Depending on funds raised, maybe it would be a phase 2 of the project, but a playground would be, really help the spray park. And depending on location as well, we maybe would look at updating an existing spray park or playground. So there's lots of room for expansion, but the spray park itself would be the top priority. Potential companies. So I have 3 quotes in this package here for you to have a look through after. The first one is from Park and Play Design, and they actually did the quote a couple years ago. So their numbers today might be a little bit different with inflation and things, but it's included in there. And then I have Parkworks and PlayQuest, a quote from them as well. These 2 companies are the main ones that do spray parks in Alberta. So yeah, that's all I'll touch on that. Design and other elements. So there's 2 types of spray parks, a flow-through and recirculating. So flow-through, it's less cost initially to build, but you are using up more water annually. Each style has pros and cons. Flow-through has less maintenance and less moving parts to break down. So recirculating is kind of the opposite. It's more to build initially, but you are saving on water consumption each year. With the recirculating water, you're technically considered a pool. So there are a lot more regulations, and you have to have, trained staff to check water levels and things. So from what we've talked about to other communities, they'll either hire or train existing city staff or summer students, or if it's beside a pool, they'll kind of utilize their pool staff for that. So lots of pros and cons to each. Can be talked about down the line, what is best suited for our community. And then a couple other things is rubber surfacing. We would like to look at, and then some other features. We want some community input on kind of the design and maybe highlighting our neighbors to the south and having some indigenous features to our spray park as well would be really beneficial. Surrounding communities. So we've talked to quite a number of communities in Alberta. I have in this package a list of cities and towns in Alberta with population between 6,000 and 20,000. Wetaskiwin being the only one that does not have a spray park in those population. So I'm not going to go through each slide, but the ones we highlighted in here with pictures are Millet, Beaumont, Leduc. And Leduc's numbers reflect a little bit differently because they are attached to their outdoor pool. This is something to keep in mind. Warburg, Bow Island, Devon, Olds, Cold Lake, Morinville, and Coaldale. And again, some of these spray parks have been built 10 plus years ago, so their numbers would reflect a lot different today with inflation, so something to keep in mind when you're looking at it. But basically, we've done a lot of research and talked to a lot of communities, and we're hoping to learn from them and to successfully build a spray park in Wetaskiwin.
So just going through briefly budget and financials, we just wanted to say that we understand the importance of the fiscal responsibility and the challenges associated with budget allocations. We're hoping to be able to fund the project through 4 main avenues. Grants would be our primary, and then looking for donations, sponsorships, and fundraising. We're hoping that the city's contribution would primarily be in the use of the land for the project and utilizing city resources. There would be the possibility of financial aid needed if and when down the road that's something that possibly could come up, but we are hoping to be able to fundraise and get the funds outside of that avenue. Obviously, there would be maintenance and running of the spray park after it was built. We have gone over a few of the details, researched a little bit of what that would entail as well. In closing, we have a few formal requests or asks that we would like you to review. Firstly, we ask that we would have permission to move forward on the project in an official capacity and be able to work in tandem with the city managers to facilitate the project. We ask that if possible, we work under the umbrella of the Wetaskiwin Memorial Fund that was used to facilitate the build of the community pool. We are asking for consideration to be made for the land to be able to use for this project. And we ask that the city consider what financial contributions are possible for the build, and that they would be able to take over future maintenance of the park. We believe the establishment of a spray park in Wetaskiwin aligns with our commitment to creating inclusive, engaging, and healthy public spaces for our community. This project has the potential to bring numerous benefits and enrich the quality of life for our residents. We're looking forward to the opportunity to contribute to the discussion and work together towards creating a more vibrant and inclusive community. Thank you, and we welcome all questions.
Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council accepts the presentation from the Spray Park Committee as information.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Go ahead.
A few questions. First of all, fantastic presentation, and I certainly appreciate all the hard work that you guys have put into this. It looks really good. I guess my question would be to council as far as the commitments, whether that this is going to be a budget issue, because we're going to be running into a whole lot of costs, whether it's maintenance, water usage, staffing costs, putting away reserves for at some point this will have to be replaced, and we'll have to look forward to that. Whether or not we end up knowing how much that's all going to cost and how much we need to budget every year, either we're going to be adding to the tax rate come the next year, or we're going to have to take something else away. So I think these are things that we're going to have to consider, and whether or not we do it at budget time, in my opinion, should be the time to do that. Because I don't think that the community should necessarily be on the hook for fundraising for something that is a community asset. So in my opinion, you can't rely on fundraising indefinitely, in my opinion.
My recommendation would be for council to decide whether or not this is something that they want to see move forward, and direct administration to work with the group to find those numbers, what it's going to be in terms of water usage, whether it's a land donation, the in-kind services for the dirt work that go along with it, and then the ongoing maintenance that goes on with the park. There's a number of parks right now that have been built that are 10 years old, so understanding what the lifespan is on those, what the commitment from those communities are beyond that. But I think between grants, fundraising, and sponsorship opportunities, I think there's a significant, a real significant opportunity for the community to be a part of that on the initial build, and then obviously then the city taking over that responsibility long term. But I think our first step is to find out whether or not council supports that, supports the work that the group is doing, and then having our administration get that information for us so that we know what we're getting ourselves into long term, not just the initial build.
Would the conversation, though, of the dollars would be a budget item and not necessarily, I mean, I understand supporting it, and I do support it, but I do have questions as far as the costs that are going to be burdened to the taxpayer.
Yeah, that's part of the work that they're going to do with the committee.
So we do all this work and find out it's going to be, and council's decision is not to spend the money, then where are we at?
Then council doesn't support the project.
Okay.
Like I said, my recommendation would be to direct administration to work with the group to get that information so that council can make that informed decision.
And are you thinking at budget time then that's when?
Not necessarily.
Then what
because this is if there was a budget impact for even just water usage, isn't going to come into play until 2025. So that's a end of next year budget discussion on where we need to have that money coming from. Having the understanding that when we get the report back from our administration, whether it's in October or November, we know how much it's going to cost, and that then gives the group the opportunity to continue their work in that fundraising effort for the next year, with council understanding that when we do budget 2025 next fall, that we know that there's going to be an allocation of funds for water consumption and then the lifespan of that project. So I don't see this being a budget discussion for this year. I think this is us knowing that what we're going to be getting into moving forward is it's going to cost the city something. We support that. The group's going to carry on. And then when we discuss our 2025 budget, we know that there's going to be an impact moving forward.
And I disagree. I think that it is a budget issue and that
I don't disagree. I'm saying that it's not a budget issue to talk about this year. This is us deciding whether or not we're going to move forward with the project.
but we're saying we're going forward with the project without knowing what it's going to cost us.
No, that's administration coming back and telling us what it's going to cost us. And then deciding that we're going to move forward with the project. That's the request we're making of administration, is to find out how much it's going to cost us moving forward. So if it's $400 million for the life of that project, then council makes a decision on whether or not the committee is going to continue with their work to fundraise, find grants, and build that committee to start working towards that. So we're going to know the cost of the project before we give the committee a go-ahead to continue on. Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you for the presentation. Very well done. And I suspect everyone around the table is impressed with the work you've done thus far. I guess the question I have, and it relates to what Councillor Billingsley was talking about, given the conversation, the sidebar conversation we just had, if the city donated land, if the city indicated they would handle some finances on your behalf, but decided they're not putting any money in the kitty for the project, do you still go forward?
Yeah, so I think if you look at the amount of grants available in the city, or not in the city, in the province, I feel like we would have the fundraising opportunities still be able to put together a project, just maybe scaled down somewhat. So whether or not the city is willing to put in financial contributions, we would still like to push forward with the project. It might push us back a little bit on our dates, but absolutely.
So with that response then, I'm assuming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming that what you need to do to launch your campaign would be the city's verbal commitment to work with you and donation of a site.
Absolutely.
Would those be the only things you would need to start launching a project?
Yes.
Because I happen to agree with you, Councillor Billingsley, that while I understand the argument that we're not talking about dollars until a year from now, that conversation needs to start now in budget time. I believe that to be true. Go ahead, Kelsey.
I was just going to mention, so we do have an estimation of what water costs would be throughout the summer as far as cubic meters being used per day. So we do have, some rough numbers we could put together, and then as far as maintenance, it depends if we do a concrete or a pressed rubber. The maintenance would be increased on that. It depends if we're doing the flow through or the recirculating line. So we can have some rough numbers put together fairly soon. Just in the interest of time though, and for applying for grants, sooner than better for sure for us, that we can at least start making headway, making applications, work with some grant writers, and just have the opportunity to see how far we can get on the project for sure. So
then in relation to launching fundraising and grant writing, would you have a concept in place, or are you talking about, would you have a finished mock-up in place, or are you talking concept when you start launching it with the community?
Yeah, so we have 3 finished concepts We have the printed mock-ups and the associated costs, so we do have 3 final quotes. Obviously open to changes as much as we need to do. So we can scale back or scale up depending on budget and needs of the community, depending on input from the city. We definitely have some flexibility there, but we do have final quotes and mock-ups in place already with design concepts.
Okay, thank you. And so my last question would be through the chair to administration. If what they needed now, Sue, was a commitment from the city and a prospective donation of property, is that something that could be, when would you foresee that kind of a conversation occurring? Aside from the conversation that Mayor Ganem talked about in terms of the financials, but the first 2 pieces of this is, are we in support and will we give property? And so how soon and how would we proceed with that one?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, Council's aware that Recreation did a restructure this year, so there is a position that would be dedicated to working with community groups for things like this. So I don't see that being an issue. We could handle that right away. And as far as the land goes, that's an easy one. Any of the land that we own, council has the right to allow. I don't see it as a land donation per se, but an addition of assets to our lands. So that could be placed anywhere that council wants.
So that could be done today as a follow-up to this particular presentation?
Yeah, if council made a motion that you wanted it somewhere on city land, we could accommodate that easily. The key becomes which location, which money, or how much money for each location and amenities and such.
For sure.
It is in our master plan, so it's always been a part of the future plans for the parks.
And the reason I ask the question is because, as was mentioned in the presentation, we've talked about it and talked about it and talked about it. And the fact that some group has moved as quickly as they have and as efficiently as they have, I'd like to see us get on with this as quickly as possible, with attention to the financial piece of it as well. Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. Good job, ladies, but you're far from this. This is, I'm speaking based on experience because I did the Camrose Spray Park, so I know about spray parks. First of all, before I think as council designate a piece of land, we need to know your vision. What is your cost that you anticipate for this to do? Okay, the city, I'm in favor of this, but there's certain precautions that we have to protect our taxpayer. Number one is our swimming pool capable to put a transfer pump in there to go beside it, and what's it going to cost? If we have it in place, if it's obsolete or not, do we have to upgrade the trenching of the water lines to go into there? What is your equipment? Do you have a cost for the equipment? To come out and say this is what this costs, we don't know what you're going to spend on. You have $1 million, $2 million. One of the top questions you're going to have, so you're doing this, who's looking after the financial? Does the city look after that? Because these will have to be all built to city codes. So who pays the contractor, the developer? You, them, the liability, where does it go? So some issues you guys have to come up with. And until you have what you need, what you want to spend, then that tells us to come out and say, we want a spray park, but we don't know what we want to spend on it. The price is going to go skyrocket. You know, you got to have a budget. You got to have some financial statement. You got to have grants. Who applies for? You're going to apply the grants, but where does the grant go? To the city to pay, or you guys to pay?
Okay. So we do have some rough numbers. All of the 3 quotes came back between $500,000 and $550,000 for the spray park itself. That being said, it is a more elaborate design, so that can be scaled back. Before we have a final number, decision would need to be made of what style of spray park. If you are doing the recirculating, it adds about 200,000 to the initial quote for that system. Flow-through is a lot less, obviously. So I think we're in that 500,000
So-
range.
Now, when you say say $800,000, now, you haven't told us, is that just for the equipment? Who's placing it? And there's also going to be an engineer design for this. Is that all included in that, or we have excavation of, because we have a lot of excavation, where you want to put it, we believe we allowed for it to be where the old swimming pool is. Rumor is the foundation's still there. We don't know until we start digging. And that's where the city has to come in and find out, is the old existing foundation for the swimming pool still there? I know, I believe, I was part of the swimming pool council, and I believe we allowed plumbing for future spray park. But when you come with that 800,000, is that cost for concrete placing, for excavation, for tying in, for electrical, or is just that the equipment and to place it?
Yeah, I
And
think
one-
it's hard
and
to.
One question, if I may.
Okay, yeah.
When you say rubber, you don't know if you're going to put concrete or rubber. You got to have concrete in there,
Well, yeah.
because the rubber
Concrete,
takes
rubber
the
on top of
water,
it.
and you're going to have a big expense on your
Yeah.
water that disappears. So you got to have concrete underneath everything you're doing there.
So for example, in the one quote here, it does include construction services in that quote. They have just over 200,000 for construction services. So it's hard to say exactly number. We would have to talk to local trades for their in-kind services, so that number could go down a lot, depending on what is being willing to be donated. But that is included in that quote, construction services. They install, yeah, so it's kind of a package deal for them, the
And
companies.
if I may, one last thing.
Yep.
Contact our locals. I'm sure they all support what you girls are doing.
Yeah.
Because this reminds me back in Camrose, it was a whole bunch of ladies, and you guys know how to raise and get money. Okay, don't leave it up to guys. Okay.
Chelsea, we'll just touch on the grants that you kind of questioned.
I think there's a number of questions you put in there. I'm not sure if I'm going to catch all of them, so re-ask if I don't answer. But I think I just wanted to say, like, it becomes a question of chicken and the egg, like which comes first. You're asking us a lot of questions we can't move forward on until we have permission. We're not speaking on behalf of the city right now. As far as grants, we would want to apply under the Memorial Fund, like we had discussed. That would be the umbrella that would allow us to apply for municipal grants. And then that would be held in trust at the city level, I believe is the same way that the Manlac was raised, if I'm correct there, yes. So I think we have a few ideas. If the Memorial Fund is not available, we do have a few other options. We can either form our own society, or we can move to work under the umbrella of one of the other nonprofits in town. We've spoken with several. And all of these are really great questions, and we would love to get involved and answer them all for you. We've done a ton of research. We just need the go-ahead to be able to continue.
So,
Councillor Billingsley.
And I guess that's the question. As far as the fine details of the park really doesn't matter at this point, does it? It's more so you just need support, whether or not to go forward, and then from there, those questions could possibly be answered.
Correct.
And I guess my question was going to be about whether administration has looked at this as far as location and or recycling versus flow through. But that doesn't matter at this point, right? It's just the concept. Does City Council want to have a spray park in our community? Having you guys champion this. Is that?
Which is why I said we could have a motion where we direct administration to work with the group to get that information back so that we know what we're working with
Sure.
moving forward.
And I guess, like I say, what my concern though is I'd hate for all of this work that you put in, because I can tell you put in lots, is that come budget time, it gets kiboshed because 4 people decide that they don't want to spend the money, right? That would be my concern of why I want to have it at budget. But as far as concept goes at this point, 100% support.
Councillor Bronco.
one further question to administration. Sue. I support this, but there is a condition, I think we can't just today, we all support this, to make a motion, but is our Manlack Center capable of providing, can we tie into there? Before we say we're going to give you this land to go, we need to know if the equipment's there to dig to support that. Because if we're going to say this is the best land here, and we can't, it's not feasible, we got to go back again to make a motion for a different land, or you want a motion to support the community.
But nobody's suggesting that we necessarily have to tie into the Manlock. It could be plopped right there and have its own system without tying physically back into the other plant. And that's the details that I think that Dean's talking about, that at this point in time are the kinds of questions that Tyler is suggesting that administration needs to look into. Because based on the information our administrative team can provide to this organizing committee, will partly direct how they're going to handle it. So I think we're putting the cart before the horse. I think we need to get the horse first, which is they came saying, would you give us some land? They haven't told us which portion of the land to give. And would you give us your support? That's what the ask is today. And that allows them to go forward and start moving. It allows them to work directly, as the Mayor Gandam said, with Sue, so that we can get more details going down the road. I just would like to see the project not stumble and fumble along, waiting for us to decide whether it's going to physically work with the Manlock Center, because I don't know that it's going to go there.
Go ahead.
Thank you guys once again for all the hard work that you put into this. My question is actually just to us about process. If we wanted to debate location, or if we're going to approve the project and start getting everybody together for staff and everything, would we do that now, or would we do that in new business? That's my question.
So are you asking me or council, or?
You, probably, hopefully, if you have an answer. I'm just asking about process.
Like I said, I think we direct administration to go and
now?
work with the committee and get the information back to council, and then we either move forward or we don't.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. It's just that, we already have a motion on the floor for this to be accepted as information.
Oh, sorry.
and
So
I
it
just-
could be
yeah.
a follow-up motion, or it can be added to new business once we get
Okay.
there. Yeah.
That's what
Which
I
was
was
my intention, was going to add it to new business once the presentation was done.
Okay, that's why I was
But,
asking then.
yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
cool, thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Please tell me this is working.
It is.
Yay for technology. I am going to second what Councillor Nielsen was saying and where I believe this is going, but really what I want to just say is I want to thank the two of you. We talk a lot about wanting to hear from citizens, wanting to see citizens taking a step onto how we can do what you want, and that's what we're here to support. So thank you for your work. Thank you for your dedication of coming forward and seeing these things and making me once again just really proud of our community and the people that are in it. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Nielsen.
I think you were going to do it, but I'd like to see this placed on the agenda so we can bring some finality to this committee to be able to move forward.
Once we get to new business, you can add it as a...
Thank you.
Yep. Good. Anything further?
I think so. We have also in the package letters of support from the community that we've collected in there too, so we will leave that with you to look at as well.
Perfect.
I think just as a final note, I think it would be a missed opportunity to not use the resources that are coming forward. I think to have that interest and activity from the community and have this committee come together and say we're willing to put in our own man hours for free, we're willing to fundraise, look for grants, do primarily a lot of this work, and we've done a lot of research already. I do think it's an asset for the community moving forward, and whether or not it fits exactly within the budget, we can work around some of those parameters. But I definitely think it would be a missed opportunity to say, not at this time, do we want to look at any of that information? So
100% agree. We've been asking for somebody to champion this for a while, and when it doesn't happen, we wonder why nothing changes or gets added to the community, and now we have that opportunity, so.
great.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
And
very
thanks
much.
to the rest of the committee as well. And you don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting.
Although you'd really enjoy it.
Item 9, Committee of the Whole, staff reports for information. Welcome.
Okay, I guess my item, just presenting the first quarter's information on the financial positions to council. So I will start by saying that the 2022 audit is still underway. The auditor's actually in the building right now. So some of the numbers for reserves, for example, might change as a result of the audit. That's why that hasn't been included in this particular report. So this report includes the income statement from January to March 2023, as well as updates on what capital purchases has happened in that quarter. Now, the first quarter is usually when things are very slow, so there wasn't a lot of purchases done, but it has definitely picked up since. So in my next report, up till September, you're going to see a giant increase in the amount of capital that was done. And then also in this report, I have provided an update on the amount of grant that we currently get approved and received, as well as any grant that we have applied for that we either don't know if we're getting it or have not got it. As well as the income statement, I provided a little update on what might be some of the bigger variances that you will definitely stand out. Overall, I'd say we're pretty much on par with where we were expecting to be. Expenses was about 12% of budget, which given this is up till March, that kind of makes sense. And revenue was significantly lower just because of the fact that taxes isn't collected until May, so that's not reflected in this current report. Other big stuff that we know about is grants. It'll look like it was smaller than it is. That's because grants are not recognized as revenue until the expenses are incurred. So you're going to see that number pop up in the next report when there's more expenses to explain for it. The purchase from other government, that one has gone up because of, well, it hasn't gone up yet, but it will be going up. We paid $195,000 in May, so you see that in the next report. Transfers to organization, $20,000 has been allocated through the 2022 Grant in Aid program, and there's some money left in there for economic development related projects. Revenue from other own sources, the big thing that popped up in there is we got $408,000 back from Peace Hill FCM loan payout. And those are pretty much the major items that we want you to bring to your attention. We also received about $1,165,000 from sale of assets for capital sales, including $1,122,000 from sale of industrial land. And our bank, including investment, as of June 30th, was $8,774,000. $3,745,000 of it is committed toward paying off future liability relating to the landfill, and the remaining $5 million is related to general investment. So in the grant status, I did not include our big grants, including CCBF, which was the original GTF, which we are expecting to receive $3,037,345. We will be getting $1 million of that for sure by the end of this month. We are also be getting $1,277,057 in MSI capital, which I believe we've actually have it now, and as well as $177,500 in MSI operating, which we definitely got by now. Other than that, some of our big items that we are applying to include it's the STIP grant that we don't know if we'll be getting yet, but we have put in all the application and it's just waiting for them to review. That one's going to be pretty major if we get it. So fingers crossed. And then we also applied for some disaster management grants for relating to the road infrastructure and the water and wastewater rehabilitation. Yeah. Is there any questions?
Entertain a motion and we can get into questions. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council accepts the 2023 first quarter financial report as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
On the reserve update, it said that Finance is currently working through the year-end audit, and then we'll receive an update on the reserve balances.
That's right.
Why do you need to wait for the audit to have at least an idea of what's there?
We have an idea of what's there. It's just a matter of we don't know if the audit will impact it, and so I don't want to present an information that might change in the future.
But would that answer then pertain to all these other numbers as well?
No, because all these other numbers are 2023.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that only goes to 2022. The reserve speaks to 2022.
Yes, but the thing is, the reserve is a balance sheet item, so if the 2020 beginning balance is might fluctuate because of the audit, then the 23 number will fluctuate too. So that's why we didn't want to discuss that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue. First off, thank you for the report. Through the chair to Sue. So typically when we receive financial reports, do we not get this rolled out into more detail? Like, for example, previously, now maybe my memory is lacking because it's been a while since we've seen one, but sorry. But we used to get quarterly printouts of each department's progress in terms of how they're progressing, accessing their budgets, where they're spending their dollars and so forth. Is that not part of this process?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the previous printout that was created through, I believe it was through GP, it talked about environmental services and different groups like that, not necessarily the departments. And what we're trying to do is get back to standardized reporting where it all rolls up into your budget. So this is exactly how the budget is laid out in the spreadsheet that's there, and it shows the revenues and expenses at the higher level.
I guess, and I might be the only council member here, but that I would like to see what you see. I would like to see what your directors see in relation to the operation of their respective departments. If for example, we've budgeted X number of dollars for summer recreation staff and we have overspent that by 3 times, that raises some questions for me perhaps. Whereas I don't get any sense of that. I get, right, with this particular document, while it has value, it says to me, our accounts are balanced and we're spending at the perceived rate that we thought we'd be spending at. But it doesn't give me any sense of the operation.
I could bring that up again. You would never have seen that level of detail to realize that a department is spending more in salaries. It was literally grouped in environmental services. I think there was like snow clearing, contracted services. It was higher level grouped, but there was more detail than what you're seeing here. So if you want that previous report, we can certainly dig that out.
And we're also getting reports back when a department or something is over budget. That's coming back to council for approval, not just getting put through.
Correct, which we've been doing this year too, right, and starting to forecast. So as the departments are maturing in their budget controls, we're looking at forecast to complete, and so we're starting to do that and send it back to finance for reporting. So if we start to see trends or things that are going to put us over budget, we would come back to council and have those discussions ahead of time. And we've done that already to the point where, you know, we realized we were going to be over in legal services. Did you want me to sort it out with a surplus at the end of the year? Or do you want me to deal with it now? Council said deal with it now, so we came back with a motion. So we are monitoring those accounts that we think we're going to be challenged with this year.
But in the budgeting process, council passes a budget that says this much is going to fire services and this much is going to recreation and this much is going to whatever. So how do I know that what council has allocated in budget is aligning in the roll down, if you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, because we haven't come forward and asked you for, or highlighted that there's going to be an issue with our forecast to complete. So any of the areas that we do think, we do come back and tell council, we think this is going to be a problem, here's how we can handle it. What's your direction?
So if I, different from council, other council members, wanted to make a request for information, I could request a roll down to see where we're at?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I guess I'll kind of follow up with Councilor Nielsen. So then would we ever get reports where we talked about over, but what about under? And how do we then get reporting so that we know that we budgeted too much, right? And how do we, as, I guess I'll say it, the last line of defense, and that's not quite right, but how do we ensure that the budget process and what we've allocated is being spent in the right, in other words, if we've decided that $5 goes over to here, but we only spent $1, where do we get to see as councillors where that $4 is sitting, and is it still there?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. So we have been, the last couple of years, we've reported to council that in the past, if staff needed something and they were over budget here, but they were under budget there, they would just spend it there. We're not doing that anymore, so we're actually creating GLs within the division to say, I didn't have a budget for this, but I'm spending on this, so that we can start to see those trends and budget properly. So you would see it through the budget process and you would see it through year-end audit.
So that's our mechanism, is it at budget time?
Right, so I'm trying to think of an example for this year's budget because we're almost at our deadline to get everything wrapped up and brought into council. But for instance, in legal, we know that we're over, and I've wanted to start to see where that is in the organization. So instead of just increasing my budget, we're looking at planning and development, we're looking at recreation and all the different divisions, and they're putting in legal budgets where they have zero budgeted, but they've spent, so that we can start to create those and present them to council during budget to say, you know, we've been monitoring these trends and we feel like we need a budget here. Where they were spending that money before, we're going to start to highlight and see, oh, there's extra money here. This must be where they were putting that before. So we're doing a lot of correct coding. We're making sure that it's defendable to the auditors. We have different auditors this year too, and they're digging very deep into everything. And so, I mean, we can spend some time during budget as well going over some of those highlights so that you understand where we saw those.
So at budget 2023, we will see some unders.
Likely, yeah.
Okay, that's.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. My question is in the grants category. I noticed that we did end up applying for the disaster management grant that's on there for the wastewater rehabilitation, which is awesome. I was just curious if they gave a timeline of when they'll make a decision.
Yeah, I think they said early 2024.
Okay, perfect, because I am back in front of the people that are in charge of that fund in a couple weeks, and so I will try to put a bug in their ear that we did apply for it and let them know some
That'd
more
be
information.
appreciated.
Absolutely, thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 9B, Community and Safety Wellbeing Committee and Strategy Project Update.
Good morning, Council. I'm here today to provide an update on the progress achieved towards the development of a community safety and well-being strategy for the city of Wetaskiwin. As you folks know, we were originally selected as a pilot back in the fall of 2019. The objective of the pilot was to create and implement a model to reduce crime and build capacity amongst service providers in the community. That pilot project with Alberta Solicitor General concluded formally in 2022, and administration continues to pursue the development of a community safety and wellbeing strategy outside of that pilot project in support of Council's strategic plan. To move forward with this, administration has contracted the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention, CMNCP, led by Felix Munger to lead this project, and Felix is with us today to provide a bit of a project overview. The CMNCP has a wealth of experience across Canada in bringing together urban, rural, and Indigenous communities to build capacity, prevent, and reduce violence and crime, foster community safety and well-being through training, research, knowledge, exchange, and expertise. A steering committee was re-established to oversee and advise on the development of community safety and well-being strategy. This steering committee is actually supported and identified as part of the council boards and committees bylaw. The current iteration of the steering committee includes members of City Council, City Administration, the RCMP, Boys and Girls Club, BGC, Wetaskiwin FCSS, and Wetaskiwin Regional Public School Board. Once the strategy has been developed, the intent of the steering committee will be to work together in the community, overseeing the implementation of the strategy and ensure that the community is achieving the results outlined as part of the broader strategy. So we have asked Felix here today to provide an overview of where the strategy development is to date and highlight the work that's been completed, provide an overview of community survey results, and talk about what activities remain to be completed, as well as to provide examples of perhaps how other communities have used these strategies once they've been developed. As well, we've also asked Felix to highlight how the committee is currently helping to oversee and navigate through complex social challenges as they arise in the community, as we're currently working through one. And I just wanted to highlight that to show the benefit to council of this committee over the long term. So with that, I'd like to introduce Felix Munger, who's going to walk us through a presentation of the work that's been completed to date.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Mayor and Council and staff for the City of Wetaskiwin for inviting us today. It's a pleasure to be here. And I am here to provide an update on the community safety and well-being strategy for the City of Wetaskiwin on behalf of the several partners that have a role in this. We're not the only group in this. In fact, that is one of the ways that we approach this, because we recognize that while we may have some expertise, there's a lot of expertise in communities. These are people that live, work, and come through the community and can help understand and create solutions to the complexity of issues around crime and violence and safety in general. So as Paul already said, these partners include RCMP, with which we are actually doing this in a partnership, and then all the members of the steering committee. My name is Felix Munger. I'm the Executive Director of the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention. And before I get into more details, I do want to mention that I am coming to you today from the traditional territories of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Neutrals people of Canada, also known as the Waterloo region in Ontario. I believe you've received, I think you received a copy of the presentation that may help, but my plan is to go through the presentation step by step, and let's hold questions to the end. Yeah, let me get started on the presentation part, if that's all right. So one of the things that we hear quite a bit is the necessity for people to understand not just what is community safety and well-being, why is it there, but also what does it refer to. And essentially, this is one definition. This is the definition that was put forward by the Ontario government. Similar definitions have been put forward in other areas. And as you'll see, community safety and well-being relates to a state of a community where everyone, and this is the highest goal, of course, is safe and then has a sense of belonging, opportunities to participate, and where individuals and families are able to meet their needs for education, healthcare, and so on. As you can see, it's actually fairly broad. And I'm bringing this up because a lot of the work that we do is indeed based on trying to address what is commonly referred to as the root causes and risk factors of crime and violence. Root causes of crime and violence, for example, are found in many social, economic, cultural, and societal systems that can lead to inequities and disadvantages for some individuals, for some families and communities. And then these in turn can then result in negative outcomes. So, for example, children living in poverty are more likely to be in conflict with the law. That doesn't mean every child living in poverty will be in conflict with the law. In fact, many don't. The majority doesn't. Same goes with not all kids that don't live in poverty. Some of them will essentially be in conflict with the law at some point in time. Then there's, of course, the risk factors as well, and many of you will be more familiar with these as conceptual, being able to think about this idea of what are risk factors for crime and violence, and so we have negative influences in the lives of individuals. This can, for example, be gang activity in a neighborhood, so that children that live in neighborhoods where there's more gang activities are more likely to be involved in gang activity. One of the highest risk factors is children that are struggling at schools for a number of different reasons. The more children struggle in school, the more likely they are, as I said before. Same with poverty. That more likely they are to be in conflict with the law. What we're trying to say here is that in addition to the very many complex immediate problems that a city like Wetaskiwin, and I'm going to make the statement just one time, but I want to be very clear, you're not alone. So Wetaskiwin, the problems you're experiencing, and if any of you drive through other cities, same size, bigger size, smaller size, you will find that many cities have very similar challenges, but the challenges are very locally specific. Something we found very clearly here. So the solutions also have to be considered in a more broader context, but in a local context. Very quickly, so community safety and well-being planning, again, you're not the only ones struggling with these challenges, and as Paul put so nicely, these complex challenges, which they are. And you're not the only community. In fact, there is a growing amount of communities. You're still in the first group of communities that is working towards creating community safety and well-being strategies. Just 3 examples. Kelowna, for example, they just recently finished the community safety and well-being plan. Toronto has their SAFE-TO. In Ontario, as a side note, it became that every city is legally required to have a community safety and well-being plan. Cities were given 3 years, and every single one of them had to have one. Another one is Burnaby, a community safety plan. A community that's more your size would be Williams Lake, that actually has a number of very similar challenges that you're facing. That one is about 17,000, a population of 17,000. They created a very similar plan. They call it a well-being and they call it a plan. In your case, it's a strategy, but theirs is a well-being and community safety plan. So let me tell you a little bit about the project, where we are at. One thing to consider is crime and violence are incredibly complex issues, particularly when we try to think about what are some of the drivers, what are the root causes and the risk factors. So it takes a while to work through the kind of steps that are necessary that are considered best practices and that we've used with a lot of communities at this point to come to a good strategy or a plan, as it's in some cases called. So after a start, there's this necessity of doing a proper assessment, which really is trying to look at what are the core challenges, but going beyond saying, is the core challenges break-in enters, or is this homicide, or is it violence? But also thinking about, so what are the core challenges around that lead and impact community safety from a more determinants of justice perspective, determinants of health. So we're talking about poverty, how many kids are struggling in school, how many kids are experiencing violence in their homes. Just on a side note, again, children that experience violence in the home are later on more likely to be either victims of violence or perpetrators or cause harm for others. So we've finished a review of quantitative data. We finished the community safety survey. We're almost done the community consultations. And then the next step is the next step. Now that this is also the majority of the work, we're going back with all our findings and we'll be presenting those to the steering committee members. And the steering committee members will then, based on what we're presenting to them, will come up and identify a number of priorities. We do, because we're a national not-for-profit organization, we have lots of practitioners, so we'll actually send this out to many of our members to take a look at what comes out of this plan before we then bring the strategy to City of Wetaskiwin. And in most communities, what happens is we come in front of council, we present this strategy after you had a chance to also look at it. And then most of the time, so far, no city has not accepted the strategy that we presented. So let me go just a couple of highlights. So if you have the document, then you would see all of these. One of the things is that's quite interesting is that a very high number of children are vulnerable in at least one of the areas of development as measured by the EDI. Also, rate of violent crime has been increasing consistently as we've been seeing. These are the most recent numbers that we're able so far to get our hands on. And so there's just a couple of things from a quantitative data analysis where we looked at Stats Canada numbers, crime statistics from the RCMP and so on. In our survey, that we got, it may not sound that much, but actually 360 for the size of your community isn't bad. There's a number of different interesting things that I put in the presentation, but I think more important to want to highlight two of these areas, one of which is that 50% of respondents said they have a weak sense of belonging to their local community. Now, mind you, this may be due to the nature of this survey, that it's more people that seem to be lacking a sense of belonging answered the survey, but it is certainly something to consider, because we know that communities where people have a really strong sense of belonging tend to be safer community, because people are looking after each other in these communities. I'm thinking of Citizens of Patrol that came and presented the video. Another thing that I just want to highlight is that almost 60% of respondents feel somewhat dissatisfied about their personal safety, and so that would so somewhat dissatisfied or dissatisfied. Obviously, we'd be surprised if we found something else, because if nobody had this challenge, then you as council probably wouldn't have decided to go ahead and have a community safety and well-being strategy developed by RCMP, ourselves, and in partnership with a lot of the steering committee members. In addition to looking at the survey and quantitative data, where we went into digging and analyzing a lot of existing data, we also do a couple of things. So we had consultations, we had service provider consultation that was well attended, and quite a broad consultation. So we did 2 there. I've had a number of interviews with different people, as you can see. And then we're working on a number of community consultations. These were identified, so the groups that you see here were identified by the steering committee members, suggesting the importance of trying to get information, from youth, from older adults, from the LGBTQ plus community, from and underemployed and so on people. So this is still ongoing. We're wrapping this up, and I want to just put forward a thank you to City of Wetaskiwin staff for supporting us with this, but also particularly FCSS has been extremely supportive on helping us making the connections locally in order for us to get as good data as possible. 2 more areas of consideration is a field study and engagement. So we are actually working on a geographic observations and mapping exercise. This is particularly important in the south of the community, and I'll get back to that in a couple of minutes as an example of how this will look forward. And I already talked about some of the interviews I've done. Business community, I will talk about this at the very end in a minute or so. Normally we do a validation survey after areas have been identified. We are not sure if from a timing perspective this is still possible, because there is a little bit of, we are being sidetracked somewhat, or well, sidetracked is the wrong term. It's actually a really great opportunity to test out how in the future this work in your community could look like. So preliminary findings. So on the one side, I put some of the strengths and assets. This is what people are telling us, why they like living here, what they think is really good. And then some of the challenges. And I'm quite confident that many of you look at these challenges and are going to say, well, these sound quite familiar. And while this is indeed true, there's been many communities where we went in and realized there is a number of areas that are of concern that may be different than from what people would have assumed in the first place. All of this is still being gathered, put together into a document that then gets presented to the steering committee for the steering committee to start making some decisions around what they think should be prioritized. One of the things, and I just wanted to share this with you more so than talk about it, is that when we do these engagements, as well as what comes out of the surveys, people come up with a lot of really neat and really interesting recommendations, some of which are very strongly related to safety. So CEPTED, the crime prevention through environmental design approach, or focusing on road safety, addressing crime and violence. But there's also these other ones that people are bringing forward from the community, talking about maybe we need to increase youth and family support, ideas of how to foster a stronger sense of community, a stronger sense of belonging for community members. And I'm just mentioning a couple of these. So what's next in this next 4 or 5 months that we're working on towards, with the goal to have, by the end of the year, to have a community safety and well-being strategy? So a couple of things. First, we are still working on completing the consultation. And as Paul mentioned at the very beginning, there is a really neat opportunity. So the city, through economic development and I think other areas, was approached by and so this is, I'm telling you my understanding of this, I hope I'm doing this justice, was approached by the city with so the business community and property management and property owners approached the city with major concerns that they're having with the south end of the city. And so we thought this is a really good opportunity to actually bring the community, bring the business community and bring representatives of the property owners together with facilitated and organized by the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention. That also includes a number of other stakeholders, but clearly includes people from the steering committee to listen, to come up with ideas, and to then be able to incorporate this in the steering committee level, and also use it as opportunities to understand what the specific challenges are in the case of business communities, what some of the areas are that could relatively easily be approached and addressed. So there's some low-hanging fruit, and there's some midterm things that are probably need to be done in the community, and then there's the more longer term area. So this is a really good opportunity to think about when something like this, and these are complex, of course, really complex challenges, when this arises in the future, the steering committee should become part of the implementation strategy and help take areas of concerns that are coming and responding to them by doing a digger deep, and over time also address the strategy. In this case, of course, this situation that's coming up will nicely be able to be incorporated in the strategy. We're completing the field study, which is actually neat because it also focuses on the south area. So this is SEPTED with other ways of trying to address some of the challenges that are down there, and overlapping data. This is part of the trying to figure out how to represent where the challenges are and coming up with solutions of this. So we'll have some recommendations out of the field study. And then from a steering committee, so there is some of the next steps in October is prioritizing what goes into the strategy. Thinking about membership, there's a really important opportunity to maybe think about having how the business community can be represented at the steering committee level. And then in terms of reference for implementation, because there is needs to be a committee in most communities across the country. There's a committee that looks after the implementation of this, and the committee often is very similar to what we have. It includes enforcement, includes bylaw, includes city, but it also includes social services, in education, and so on. For the implementation, October prioritization of all the information that we've been gathered, presenting it, prioritization, and then bringing it as a strategy to City Council. And that's the end of my presentation at this point. So I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm assuming, I hope we have a little bit of time for some questions.
You bet. Thanks very much.
I move the City Council receive the Community and Safety Wellbeing Committee and Strategy Project Update Report as information.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Go ahead.
Thank you. Felix, looking at the quantitative data that you presented here, pardon me. Can you give me on the third bullet, 37.2% of children are vulnerable in at least one area of development. How does that compare provincially or nationally, please?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. I'm happy to share some more detailed when we have this with City Council if there's interest. This is a very good question. From my understanding, thinking back of what my colleague who's done this reported to me, she suggested that it is at a higher level as of the rest of Alberta.
Sure, and I would agree that it's a higher level if the benchmark is 10%, but if the benchmark was 50, then, you know, so
yes,
its relationship to a benchmark is kind of important.
Absolutely.
The fourth bullet, rate of violent crimes increased consistently between 2017 and 2021, reaching 6,242.46. Can you identify what that 6,242 represents, please?
Violent, actually, no, I can't. I can get you that information. I'm happy to share the more detailed information. What we're trying to do here is put forward a couple of numbers at this point in time. Maybe this wasn't the best way of thinking about it. We wanted to just give you a little bit of a sense of some of the areas that we found. It's much better described in the final report that we're having. You're getting me into a great area of sweat, but please bring the questions, and I'm happy to provide you with the information, but I'm not able to give you exact responses to this at this point in time.
Thank you. You made a comment about the validation survey, and then you said it was sidetracked. And does that mean that there will be a validation survey or there won't be a validation survey?
I wanted to bring this up with city staff and the Community Safety and Wellbeing Steering Committee. Normally, in some of the communities, we do a validation survey, in some we don't. One of the things that we're finding is that when we do our consultations and we talk to people who are more likely to be victimized or experiencing harm, we sometimes get pushback from the general population saying, you're not asking me, you're not, I don't get to have a voice. Now, we do this with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Survey that we do earlier on. In some communities, community leaders, including city staff, say, please, not another survey. There is enough surveys that are going out to the community at this point in time. We don't think it has a value of doing this. And in some communities, they're really hopeful. And what it is that when priorities are being identified by the members of the steering committee, that people in the community have an opportunity to respond to this and say, this sounds right in my experience, or to say, I think you're missing something in here. Note, however, that this opportunity is more broadly the capacity for people to give a response to what they're seeing. That doesn't mean that everything that they're then suggesting, or if they dislike or like certain priorities, that it will change much. But it's about getting people to realize that there's work gone into here. They have been heard in consultations through the survey. These are the recommendations. And so for them to be able to see that something has been done in this direction and to help validating it. It takes more time, and in some cases, it may not be worth it.
And so you indicated that would go back to the steering committee to decide whether there'd be a validation survey or not?
And the city, not just the steering committee. This would be a joint decision.
And from your experience doing validation surveys, are you finding a statistically significant positive correlation between your study and the validation survey?
Yes. The piece that we find most of the time is additional information that can be useful with ideas for people who come late kind of to the conversation, that haven't had an opportunity or for some reason missed the opportunities to contribute, for example, through the regular survey. Most of the time, it's largely a validation of what's there. But obviously, in some cases, people will have some concerns because they may have a very particular concern that they feel is not being addressed. That doesn't mean that if one person then expresses this, that it's also the reality for everyone else. But generally speaking, to your question, yes.
Thank you.
We will.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. Felix, I got a couple questions that's hard. First, I'll start off. Due to our city of Wetaskiwin, believe being a low income wages, would that affect our crime rate?
It doesn't have to. So, because there's a it's a good question. So there is a risk, of course, of stigmatizing people that have lower income and or live in poverty. There is a number of different reasons that this is why something like this is creating community safety strategies or assessment is so complex to try to understand what's at the core. But generally speaking, there is a correlation not so much with low income, but with poverty.
So my other question, being to the proximity of us having indigenous people down south, is that also for Wetaskiwin compared to other communities around Canada, Alberta? Would that put us at a higher crime rate than the average town that doesn't have?
Not necessarily. Again, I want to be very cautious because there is a chance that then people are going into a place of focusing on in this case, the indigenous community members from outside that are coming within the city for a number of different reasons. In other city, it may be the case they're coming for health care. This could be the same here. In your case, you have quite a bit of traffic around people coming to purchase items in general, and then of course also to purchase alcohol or the pawn shop. So yes, but I want to put this out there with a lot of caution. But communities that have surrounding other communities that experience a lot of violence and experience a higher level of poverty, for example, that can have an impact, and it tends to have an impact,
Okay,
which makes it.
And my last question being, for low income, would utilities, and I know everybody's alarm bell goes off, high cost of living affect the crime rate of our community?
Yes, there is a chance. Crime rate or safety. So one of the things that's important is crime rate is one thing that's a measure that police do crime statistics, obviously, and they're only being able to report what's been reported to them. So for example, just to be clear, domestic violence, the majority, or sexual violence, gender-based violence, the majority of those tend not to be reported. So it's quite often less than that. So just to say that first. Now back to your question. What we've been seeing across the country, and you're not alone there, and that's where it also gets really complicated because some of these solutions aren't something that you as a city have jurisdiction over, but the increase of costs has put more and more people at risk, both in the short term and long term. So the increase of costing of housing, of utilities, and those things increases the likelihood that people become homeless or unhoused. And once they are unhoused, that of course increases a sense of assent. That doesn't mean it's actually less safe, but it decreases assent for people in the community. So an increased number of people that are experiencing homelessness also tends to increase a sense of insecurity for people that live and work in a community. On the one hand, there is, of course, a small correlation between people trying to make ends meet through things that are illegal. There's a number of different venues that you can imagine. And so the reality that many Canadians are facing with this actually does increase the risk but this is across the country. And there's also a post-COVID. So there's a number of other things that are making this even more challenging because people's mental health, post-COVID mental health, addictions and substance use, and violence in homes. We know that violence in homes during that time has gone up as well.
Thank you very much, Felix.
Anything further? Thanks for the information on the presentation, Felix.
My pleasure.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're going to break for lunch. Reconvene at 1 p.m., please. Welcome back. We left off going into 9C, the Citizen Satisfaction Survey Policy, CO-053. Welcome.
Hello? Okay. Oh, perfect. Excellent. I hope you're not sick of me yet, because I've got yet another policy for you guys. So we've got the Citizen Satisfaction Survey Policy that I'm bringing to you today for your feedback. So citizen satisfaction surveys are often statistically relevant surveys that serve as a tool for municipalities to gain insight into citizens' sentiments and opinions on a variety of issues and topics, such as strategic plans and the municipal budget. As such, these surveys also serve as a method to evaluate the citizens' perceived success of municipal initiatives and provide council and administration with information about where changes should be made to improve citizen satisfaction within the community and where other challenges might lie as well. So due to the methodology required for statistically relevant surveys, citizen satisfaction surveys frequently paint a more accurate and comprehensive picture of the views and the concerns of the community than other mediums a municipality normally uses to gain feedback, and that's just because typically when you're doing a survey, a statistically relevant survey, you're hiring contracted help that have more access to tools and the expertise required to do these surveys. The most recent citizen satisfaction surveys conducted in Wetaskiwin were in 2016 and 2015. The close nature in which these surveys were conducted aided administration and council in identifying changing concerns and priorities within the community, such as service delivery levels and economic development concerns. In the years since 2016, the city has done surveys and engagement for the municipal budget on an ad hoc basis, as well as a few other initiatives, by introducing a policy directing administration on the frequency and type of engagement that council would like to see and the type of information they would like to have collected from the community on a regular basis. Engagement will be streamlined and citizen satisfaction is further prioritized. So in particular, we are looking for feedback, all feedback, but in particular, we want some feedback in terms of what you guys think about the content covered in the citizen satisfaction survey policy and the frequency in which it is to be conducted. So in the policy we have every 3 years, and then in terms of the topics that we had covered in the policy, we specifically said data will be collected on the following topics, which include but are not limited to quality of life, safety and security, economic development, service satisfaction and experience, budget and taxation, communication and public engagement, and then also further, it would ask questions about the following strategic planning documents, so the 50-year community vision, current council strategic plan, and the current corporate business plan.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council accepts the City Customer Satisfaction Survey Policy CO-053 as information.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Apparently you've done too good a job. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. 9D, Fleet and Facilities Update. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Can we start with the PowerPoint or the slides related to this? This update is provided to show what Fleet and Facility is currently working on in relation to strategic planning and building a solid base for the future. The facilities overview. The Fleet and Facilities Department has a responsibility to proactively maintain city-owned facilities. This includes all aspects of building management, including plumbing, air conditioning, electrical, system controls, alarm, woodworking, locksmith, roof replacement, and so on. Significant capital investments are required to keep these facilities functioning. Currently, this department maintains and manages approximately 72 buildings. Directives are used to guide the decision and actions of city administration. Fleet and facilities are developing directives that will establish precise and clear guidelines for future and current staff. Directives will develop interdepartmental expectations, provide overall direction or a framework, and be flexible enough to meet future requirements and the demands of the city and the residents. Facilities management. This slide shows some of the directives that Fleet and Facilities will be focusing on. Administration is starting to develop these directives now to ensure, as previously mentioned, there is a framework for clear, objective, unbiased decision-making in the future. That's the point of developing additional directives within the Facilities Department. Fleet and Facilities, though, is also focusing on previously identified priorities, including the Facilities Assessment Project and approved capital projects. So there are a number of projects that we're working on. Current state for 2023 is if we look at the ice plant, 1.1 million. We're nearing completion of this. That should be ready on time and so far on budget. The By the Lake Park repairs, that's proceeding with timelines to be finished by November. Facility repairs for HVAC, we're working on some of these items. Some of them have already started, kicked off with quotes, and we'll be working on some of those items. Co-op Place roof, we just received a report back on that, and we'll be starting some of those items coming up here shortly. Some of that might have to be deferred into next year, just depending on the type of roof replacement are required for the various sections, because we don't want to do certain roof replacements when it's too cold or too snowy. So we have to look at the type of roof replacements we're looking at there. But a number of these projects are initiated and ongoing now into 2023. Although there have been challenges, for example, staff turnover in both finance and facility departments. Through this turnover, finance has identified several projects that will now be classified as operating rather than capital that was initially brought forward. The original budget approvals on the project were obtained multiple years ago. Due to inflation, funding adjustments may be required. The administration has already seen, quote, significantly different than when some of these projects were developed. The deferred project list shows some of the items that are deferred until completion of projects currently on the go or finished. We think it's prudent to complete the projects we've already started before we begin new projects and have too many on the go to properly manage the costs and the completion dates. The focus of facility directives and the facility team are on increased attention to preventative maintenance. Starting in 2024, preventative maintenance will be centralized to deal with the highest priority items regardless of the building. So rather than having a little bit of budget in each facility, that budget will be pooled together to allow us to proactively manage preventative maintenance. Long-term capital plans for facilities will be developed, and tax strategy to include sustainable reserve policy recommendations will be brought forward. For the fleet side, administration is continuing to review the best practices, opportunities for improvement, currently reviewing life cycles, and time invested with each department understanding needs of each department, and that helps us to develop the fleet plan. Fleet will also be developing various directives to guide fleet management into the future, and some of those directives are shown here. More time and effort will be invested in these directives after the current fleet review that is ongoing at this time. Currently, it is under Fleet and Facilities understanding that only emergency funding requests will be brought forward to council. I think after this report, you'll see one of those. More maintenance work is being performed in-house to save on costs and maintain a higher quality of work. As units age, maintenance costs increase, and the city might be saving on capital costs, but the current operational budget for maintenance we're finding is not sufficient for maintaining the current units in good operational condition. The current fleet review is looking at more than just a simple review of life cycles. So as we see here, these are some of the items within the scope of the current fleet review, including legislation, compliance, records, and developing a fleet plan. Part of that fleet plan, as you see, includes the life cycle plan. Historically, most fleets have had a time-based approach to life cycle, and that's probably what has been brought forward to council in the past. Fleet and Facilities now is developing a holistic approach where time-based is only part of the fleet plan. But as mentioned earlier, things such as understanding each department's needs, what their future is, relying more on a condition-based approach for our life cycle will be what the focus is going forward. I think the time-based focus will be used and will help guide us. But as we get closer to that time-based, and that's where we look more at a condition-based focus for our life cycle. And here you'll see, as an example, one of the sheets or forms that we are using currently to help us determine objectively the fleet condition. There are lots of things concurrently progressing within Fleet and Facilities. As it's a small team, not everything can be accomplished in short order. But work is moving forward with the ongoing maintenance issues, with the fleet assessment, with the fleet plan, managing current capital projects, developing directives, working on the facilities assessment projects, determining capital needs, and budget development. Future stay within fleet is an increased focus on asset management, a balanced long-term capital plan, and again, a tax strategy to include sustainable reserve policy recommendations. That's the update for Fleet and Facilities.
I move that City Council accept the Fleet and Facilities update dated August 28, 2023 as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. And I don't know who this question is directed to, maybe to Sue. Through the chair to Sue then. On the deferred project list that was presented here of $1.1 million, and the preceding statement, which is a number of the quotes were obtained multiple years ago, and due to inflation, funding adjustments may be required. And we've talked about this previously in terms of perhaps putting too much on our plate in terms of some of our projects, and then we get quotes, and then we run out of time to do it, so then we roll the dollars over. And then in addition to these lists, or these projects that are in next year's budget, we presumably add another 55 at budget time. And can't possibly get the 55 new ones and all the deferred ones done. How do we move this forward so we can balance our projections about the amount of work we need to have done against our ability to do the work or get the work done?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, if you remember last year at budget, we brought forward very few projects. I think there were a few capital, but we did not take on any new unless they were emergent operating projects. And we have the same philosophy this year until we get caught up. Unless it's an emergency, we're not planning on bringing forward business cases. The other thing that we're doing is when a business case comes forward, we're looking at it to make sure that there's some sort of project plan development around it, that there is a high likelihood of success. And if they haven't done the work to show us how they're going to succeed at it, it won't go forward that year.
Okay, thank you. And my next question then is in relation to, pardon me, the deferred project list. How much of this being pushed to the next year is a result of manpower and just the ability to oversee the projects? And how much is delays in getting quotes or putting tenders out? Like, is there a correlation there somehow?
There is. So capacity building is one of the things that we've been focused on as a senior leadership lately. And absolutely most of the projects that haven't gotten done or are delayed are because of our capacity. So we've looked at the list over the last year and really narrowed down and assigned project managers, and we're focused on keeping a stable workforce so that we can continue to get those projects done before we take more on.
And I thought that was my last question. It's not. So, as was referred to in the presentation, getting our staff to do more of the actual maintenance, upkeep kinds of things. And do we have enough man hours with existing staff to do the maintenance kinds of things? Because I guess I'm anticipating that in the event that we can't keep up with it, then those maintenance items become bigger projects down the road.
I would refer to Kevin for the staffing portion.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. Where we're at now is not where we want to be in the future. Where we'd like to be is that we focus more on the preventative maintenance side of things. Right now, we're doing a combination of preventative maintenance and emergency repairs that are required at the time. So it's better than my understanding of what has been in the past, where it's been a lot of emergent repairs. So we're getting there, but it's just not going to happen overnight.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
No, I see you're looking for money.
Item 10A, staff reports for decision, funding request, battery replacement for ice resurfacer.
Welcome. Good afternoon again. The city currently owns 2 ice resurfacers. One of these is an electric model as shown here in the report. The city's ice resurfacer is a 2017 model. And like most electric-powered units or vehicles, the batteries last approximately 5 to 7 years. This unit is now 6 years old, almost going on 7 years old. In the report, we've brought forward a comparison of costs with the electric ice resurfacer and a propane unit. As you can see, within the 6 years time frame, the propane unit will cost on average about $60,000 to maintain and operate, while the electric ice resurfacer will cost approximately $24,000 to maintain and operate. But then we have to add in the batteries every 5 to 7 years, and that's where the $33,000, in this case $34,000 comes in to operate and compare apples to apples. So then that brings the total up to approximately $57,000, which is still lower than the comparable propane unit. So yes, the battery replacements are expensive, but when you look at the overall life cycle of the propane unit compared to the electric unit, it is comparable, and in this case slightly lower. And the longer we wait, the charging times will increase and the operating time to clean the ice will decrease. Soon we will not have the capacity to resurface or flood and clean the ice between uses, and service levels could be affected. As within most electric vehicles, or in this case an ice resurfacer, there is not a single large battery that requires replacement, but a series of interconnected banks of batteries. There's 4 banks with a total of 10 cells per bank. As you can see in the photo, there's 2 banks of 10 on each side, so 20 battery cells on each side of the ice resurfacer. And so we need 40 cells in total. So when we talk about a battery replacement, we're really talking about 40 batteries to be replaced. And that's currently, when we obtain these quotes, we're looking at 9 weeks as a minimum to get the batteries here. As we get closer into the ice year, then that time frame could extend a week or two. So, any questions?
Councilor Bronco.
I move that City Council approve the purchase of new batteries for Unit 317 of up to $34,000 from the equipment pool reserve. I do have a question, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you compared apples to apples, propane more expensive. When we have tournaments and stuff, do we have to wait for this thing to be charged in order? Because if we have a lot of ice time, so we could be down for waiting the batteries to be charged and nobody can be on the ice?
Through the chair to yourself, Councillor. I'm sorry, the last name?
Bronco.
Okay. Right now, yes, you're correct, because the batteries don't even last even between individual games. We have to continually charge it. Once the new batteries are in place, it should last for the entire shift of the staff that are there. And if it has to be charged, it can be quick charged in between those times to bring the level back up enough to do some more resurfacing.
So time to charge this to full, an hour, half an hour?
Ideally, the time to charge would be overnight to bring it all up to speed, and then after that, it should be good for the entire rest of the shift, where a quick charge might be needed is if you're constantly using it, in your case, between tournaments, and it's used more than it might be.
So, okay.
Yeah, then it would bring it back up to that level.
This cost, does that include the electricity bill to charge this, or just to replace the battery, or is that, it doesn't matter, you know, it shouldn't matter because it should be included in the unit rate that we're doing?
Yeah, we, in the calculations, we included approximately $1,000 a year for electricity costs for the electric ice resurfacer.
So for basically $13,000, $14,000 or $20,000, if a battery were to break down, explode, we could have a, like you said, a 6-week, 9-week waiting time, or 9 days, 10 days to have a battery replaced, which means our ice facility would be down.
If there is an individual cell that busted in a battery bank, we could probably get an individual cell replacement within a day or two. But if you're replacing entire banks, i.e. 40 cells, then you're right, it would be a number of months.
So in your opinion, since we're basically basing this on your expertise, to me, I would go with the propane. Because it's not the longevity, but the dependability. If we had a facility here and we attract a whole bunch of hockey tournaments, and we're going to have, wow, Wetaski's bringing a whole bunch, that would not be sufficient to have a tournament all week to keep going if we were nonstop, just have it.
So you want to buy a whole new ice resurfacer and have it as
No,
propane?
we're saying, what was the $40,000 difference here? Isn't that what it is?
The difference, the operating costs between a propane unit and an electric unit are about $5,000 a year. The propane unit being slightly more, but that can fluctuate. So maybe the propane unit might be $1,000 a year more. But what I was trying to bring forward is that basically operating costs between a propane unit and an electric unit are a wash. They're about the same.
Okay.
So that includes all your maintenance and repairs, the battery replacement, the electricity costs, the propane costs. So if they're a wash, then I think you have to look at, like you said, dependability. You have to look at the environment in which it's used. So it's used in an enclosed arena, so recommendations by the federal government. And and recognized by the Alberta government is that they prefer an electric ice resurfacer because of the air quality is so much better with a battery-powered unit over a propane unit. So there are a number of things to consider. It's not just, as you mentioned, with being uptime potentially, but there's the environmental factor within the air quality of the arena.
Okay, so Tyler said, so I'm confused. This is not to purchase a machine, this is just to purchase the batteries. Okay.
On an existing piece of equipment.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, through the chair, to Kevin. Sort of following up a little bit on Joe's comments. So we currently have 2 units in there. How long for the replacement? Is it just a clip in, clip out kind of a thing, the batteries?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the batteries can probably be replaced within 1 day.
Okay. So it really is just a matter of getting them in and then progressing. And the other unit that's available to us, information on that? Does it need batteries at some point, or when are you foreseeing a battery replacement for that unit?
The other unit is a propane unit. So we have 2 units in the
Okay.
city. One is electric, one is propane.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Question to administration through the chair. And I guess it has to do more so with procedure of how this came forward. I'm just wondering, going forward, would this type of stuff not be budgeted for at budget time, and then we don't have to deal with this type of expenditure, I guess? In other words, it's budgeted, you just go ahead and do it? Is that?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, absolutely. I think Kevin is fairly new with us, and he's been digging deep into a lot with fleet and facilities, and these sorts of things will be covered during budget. And he's very good at foreshadowing on what we're going to need and getting ahead of that sort of stuff. So you will see less of these moving forward.
Awesome, thank you.
Go ahead.
So, as of right now, we're good to go with electrical batteries, or do we have to purchase? Because I don't want to wait for budget to say we need batteries. Are we good to go, or we need to order it?
Through the chair to council, the batteries, once we have approval from council, we'll order the batteries, and it will take 9 to 10 weeks, and then we can get them installed within a day after that.
So, you need batteries. Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 10B, Facility Utilization Review, Memorial Arts Center.
Good afternoon, Council. I am presenting this presentation on behalf of Vern, who is representing both our Economic Development and Recreation departments that worked to put this report together for you today. So this report provides an overview of an analysis that our administration has completed in review of the overall utilization of the Memorial Arts Center. And as you'll note, from the March 13th meeting, Council did provide a motion for administration to review options to seek different types of uses of the Memorial Arts Center and to report back to Council, and that's today's report. And so in March 13th, at that same meeting, Council would have received findings of the M&P analysis of facility utilization, which suggested that at that time to divest from the Memorial Arts Center as surplus property. At that time, the facility was only seeing about 33 bookings per year and was representing a net cost of $194,000 over revenues to maintain. With that, I believe the M&P report, as well as some of our internal work that Kevin and our facilities team has done, has noted about $2.2 million over the next 10 years worth of work for this facility. And so our administration and team has determined what options might exist for the building and what we might be able to do within our own internal means to increase the revenues that are coming in and to make this program a little bit more palatable from a budget perspective. So administration has identified three areas to explore. First is revisiting the rate structure and flexibility of rental options. The second is implementation of a naming rights opportunity. And the third is exploring opportunities for shared use given the unique floor plan of the building. Our team has reviewed all of these options in an effort to increase overall utilization, thereby increasing revenues and decreasing reliance on city tax dollars. And so with the first one, the rate restructure, when our team looked at this, we noted that the Memorial Arts Center is the only facility of its kind that we offer to not offer hourly or half-day options, as we have in place for other community spaces such as by the Lake Park or Co-op Place, for example. Additionally, those rental rates for those spaces are significantly higher. The rental rates for Memorial Arts are significantly higher than other venues. So our administration explored adjusting rates to align with other comparable city assets and offering the flexibility with hourly, half-day, and full-day rates for that space. This also considered that the central location and ample parking could improve the attractiveness of this as an event venue of choice. So given the changes from our team, our administration believes we could triple bookings from 33 to 99 days a year, which would bring in about just under $40,000 worth of revenue for this facility. So that's the first piece with the rate restructure. The second piece was implementation of a naming rights opportunity through our sponsorship policy. So if we were to compare Memorial Arts Center to a comparable facility such as the Joe Hall, that brings in sponsorship of approximately $10,000 per year under the Co-op Place banner. And we were to market that similarly, we could look to bring in a similar type of sponsorship deal for our Memorial Arts Center. And the third was exploring shared use of the building. And so there's a really good space in the upper portion with a commercial kitchen, and then the lower portions of the building as well. And so our team looked at how we might be able to explore increasing retentions on both the upper and lower parts of that space. And our estimate by looking at what we might be able to bring into those spaces, as well as developing longer-term lease agreements with groups, that we might be able to bring in $8,900 or just under $10,000 of additional revenues. And so, as we noted before with the MNP report, it estimated that the facility costs the city annually $97,433 on an average over 5 years. I should note that your report says the number is $201,632. The MNP report, as we were going back through that in preparation of this presentation, notes that the number is actually $97,433 on an average over 5 years. So if our total revenues are from the rate restructure, implementation of a naming rights opportunity, and exploring shared use of the building, if we're able to bring in a total of just under $60,000, that's $58,747 specifically, that with the expenses of $97,433, that we're looking at a net loss of about $38,500 essentially. Administration is recommending to divest the building as surplus property and then invest the proceeds into maintaining other city facilities. It should be noted, though, that the community survey that was sent out last year noted that approximately 60% of the community did want council to consider keeping this facility as in our portfolio. And so there is an alternate option to direct administration to implement the strategy I've identified above through a rate restructure, implementation of a naming rights opportunity, and exploring shared use of the building. You could direct us to implement that strategy as outlined in this report for a period of 1 year to assess the viability and report back. I have gone through in the financial section of the report, I have spoken to a lot of this already through the report. Legal risk is if we keep the facility would continue to be a risk to the city if utilization does not increase enough to cover future costs. If we do keep this facility, there will be some additional administrative time to retain the building, provide some additional marketing materials, do communications with the community, and do the work that's required to increase those revenues. I have provided some of the ledge history and specifics in the risks section, and I think at this time I'm ready to take questions council might have.
Councilor
I move
Billingsley.
that City Council directs administration to divest the Memorial Arts Center.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any discussion? Go ahead.
When this was brought to us a few months ago, I was not in favor of divesting it, but given the information that was brought forward from administration, I just don't see it making fiscal sense to keep the building. I guess my question then would be to administration, even though we would be looking to divest, it doesn't mean that we'll sell it tomorrow. And my question would be then, will we continue to rent it out, and how far can we go in advance as far as taking bookings?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, correct, it likely won't sell quickly, and we would continue status quo service, and I think what we would do is just put something into an offer letter or a counter offer if someone did come in that we need 30 days notice or more possibly, especially if there's a wedding or something that's booked.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Sue. So this potential divestment is of the facility and the lot it sits on? Does it include the adjacent lot, which is currently parking for that facility?
So in the MNP report, the value of the Memorial Arts Center building included the parking lot as well, so to a combined value of $658,000. So that was about $380,000 for the building and $278,000 for the parking lots, is what they're assessed at.
And so both properties would be up then for sale?
It really comes down to council direction, but that's under the Memorial Arts Center building, those are both included.
Could you repeat those numbers again for me, please, Paul?
So in the M&P report last year, they valued the Memorial Arts Center building and parking lot at $658,810. So the building they had valued at $380,670, and the parking lot at $278,140. The 2023 assessed value is $528,430.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Through the chair to Paul. Paul, what is our average charge for renting that for weddings? Because it seems like, are we charging too much? Everybody else around here is busy for weddings. And they're charging a lot more. Is it the availability, or we're charging too much money for it?
Through the chair to Councillor Branco. As noted in the report, our team had noted that the fees are higher than comparable other city facilities that are comparable, such as the Jill Hall, By the Lake Park, Manlook Center Rooms, or the mezzanine in the Twin Arenas there. So the existing daily rate is $350 on the upper and $316 on the lower, depending upon time of day. And the weekend rate, it can be upwards of $700 or as low as $400. And so one of the pieces that we noted is that to increase revenues, we could do a rate restructure, and through those different rates, as well as offering hourly, half-day, full-day, and potentially even using a different fee for the commercial kitchen, access to the commercial kitchen, that we would increase demand, most likely for the facility.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Sue then, following up on Councillor Billingsley's question, assuming we're keeping this for a period of time until a prospective sale comes along, are we looking at changing our fee structure, or are we looking at simply status quo until we sell it?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we would be status quo unless we had a motion to investigate changing the rate structure.
Okay, thank you.
When council had directed administration previously, and I don't know when, would a rate restructure and all of the things that we had the opportunity for that we're looking at right now, instead of the divest option, would those not have been looked at that time?
Through the chair to council, yes, they were, and the recommendation originally was to divest, because even with all of those changes, we would not make enough to offset the tax supported. Yeah.
So my point is that we've looked at all of these options already. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 10C, rescinding fire hydrant development policy 6112.
Good afternoon, Council. So administration is, I guess, seeking some consideration from Council to rescind this policy. Basically, this policy, if we were to rescind this policy, we have conditions in place. So for example, for renovated buildings, that would have to go through a redesign process following our municipal engineering standards. And that would determine whether there was sufficient hydrant or fire protection coverage there, and would give us that information on whether more were required. For new development, it does go through the design process following our standards. So this would determine the fire protection and location of fire hydrants as well. And then because the utility function is now being managed by Peace Hills Utilities Incorporated, this decision would then have to be made by the board. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I move that City Council rescind the fire hydrant development policy 6112.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley, and I assure you guys that once administration has done their presentation, it is your time to make the motion. Any discussion? So moving forward, our staff will also know the policy so that they're communicating our policy and not they're following our policy, period.
Correct.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 10D, Jesus Cares Christian Fellowship Lease Agreement Extension Request. Good afternoon and welcome.
Should be on.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. So the purpose of this report is to update council on the lease agreement with the Jesus Cares Christian Fellowship and to request an extension to the reporting period. As you're aware, at the April 24th regular council meeting, council passed motion 111-23, directing administration to renegotiate the lease with the Jesus Cares Christian Fellowship for up to 5 years, including an exit clause offering sufficient notice of up to 1 year. An extension to the reporting period for this motion was granted at the June 26, 2023 regular council meeting. Subsequent to that date, the lease agreement was drafted to incorporate council's direction and was provided to the Christian Fellowship for review. Due to extended travel by their signing authorities, a meeting date was not able to be set prior to the reporting deadline for this council meeting. Administration was able to meet with the Christian Fellowship to discuss the proposal on August 17th, and they declined to sign the proposed agreement and raised some questions and concerns. Notably, they remain interested in purchasing their building site, excluding the parking lot from the city. Failing that, they would like to amend their leased area to exclude the parking lot. And so as the deadline for a written council report had already passed when this discussion took place, administration is requesting an extension to a future meeting no later than October 10th to provide a full written report on potential options and implications arising from these questions.
I move that City Council extend the reporting period for motion 111-23 to the regular council meeting on October 10, 2023.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Does council, we've directed I guess my question is to administration through the chair. We've given administration the sole direction as far as this negotiation, and council doesn't have input on this, is that correct?
I think, yeah, but other than just if they're changing the agreement to exclude the parking lot, I think that's why. So otherwise, administration would have been able to have the deal done prior to this council meeting because the terms of the agreement changed back in front of council looking for an extension.
And that's sort of where I was leading with this is, I'm not in favor of not including the parking lot. I think that if they're going to have the building, they're going to need a parking lot anyway, and then from there, then who's going to be looking after it would be the city at our expense. And yet they're the ones who will be majority of using that parking lot.
Without an actual report on who uses the parking lot, I wouldn't say that they would use it
On
the
the
majority,
surface.
but I would say that having a building and a parking lot that would be needed for that. But then do we run the risk of, if we sell them the parking lot, they then decide who can use that parking lot?
But we're not talking about selling necessarily. This could extend the lease of so said land and
Right.
the
Sole
parking.
use, yeah, sole use through that agreement.
Right.
And it's probably more to do with the maintenance of the parking lot as opposed to the cost of the parking lot in the agreement.
Because at some point, that parking lot will need to be resurfaced. I suspect it probably hasn't since it was built.
Which would likely be on our expense anyways, even if it was being leased.
No question about that, but then some of the monies coming in on that rent would help offset that cost to
Yeah.
the city.
Yeah.
Through the chair, the intention is that a written report would provide some of the answers and a bit more context for some of these questions that have come up. We understand that a verbal update does not provide a full picture of what's needed to make that decision.
So then I'm okay with the extension. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 11A, council committee reports and attendance.
You
No, we
added
added.
the tracker,
Correct.
citizen tracker.
Oh, right, yep. So we had some, let me just pull it up here. The report had highlighted that there was some issues, and I know that some members of council had sent in complaints, for lack of a better term, to the citizen reporting tool. And I'm just wondering, do we have a way to find out, were there others that didn't? Did other people follow up and say I had submitted a report and didn't hear anything back? Is there a possibility that we've missed anything? And if so, what are we doing then to mitigate that moving forward?
I'm wondering if we could just capture some of those questions and do them as a formal information request and get back to council?
Sure. Do you want me to email that, or is this enough of an FIR to? Looking for a motion to accept his information. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Billingsley, those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, welcome back. In my efforts to speed up the council meeting, I skipped 11, so we'll go back now because council is such rule followers and look at council attendance reports. So, looking for a motion to accept as information and then kick it off and let us know what you did.
So moved.
You can start us.
Well, you can start. Well, July 7th, the dogs at Dirty Dogs was good. On July 17, let's try that again, July 26th, the food at Wetaskiwin Farmers Market, 50th anniversary was good. And on July 29th, the Red Swan Pizza was great.
All right. I went into Red Swan again this last week after the grand opening, and it was exceptionally good again. That's it. That's all I have to update. Councillor Billingsley. Their pizza's good.
I'm not going to talk about food. My report is as submitted.
Councillor Aberley, anything to add?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to, again, I think we've had a great summer of community events. The Indigenous Peoples Day thing that was put on, Canada Day, there's been some stuff happening at Jubilee Park, the Arts and Music Festival, all of that. I've had a great time watching our community come together and celebrate things. So, thank you.
Good. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Question, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue. Sue, as it relates to council attendance and committee reports, a request, I guess, and I don't know who's signing off on these now. Can we ensure that there's consistency in understanding the process? We have occasions when we have people claiming dollars that they haven't filed reports, and so are there, I'll leave it there. Can we get some consistency in terms of how it's applied, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, are you looking for like a bylaw update or
No,
more structure?
my understanding is when we changed the form, the notion was if you were claiming remuneration to attend events and so forth, that we would all be informed through a reporting process. And I'm seeing some occasions when that is not happening. So I'm simply asking for some consistency in the process, that's all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
New business, item 15, added agenda item 15E, spray park, please.
Yes, thank you. Gotta find it. I'd like to put some motions on the floor, if I may. I'd like to put two motions on the floor. The first motion would read, I would like to move that council supports.
I don't need a motion, just what we're adding to the new business.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, and then in the new business item, then you can give me the motion.
Spray park, please.
Okay, so spray park is 15E, and you have another one, 15F.
I do?
You said you had two.
Oh, no, I was gonna do two motions with the one. With
All
one
pertaining
item.
to 15?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Was there anything else? Perfect. Looking for approval for the added agenda item. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We will start at 15A, nomination of Mayor Gandam for President of Alberta Municipalities Executive Board. I would like to run for President for Alberta Municipalities Executive Board.
I move that City Council supports Mayor Gandam in filing nomination papers for the position of President of the Alberta Municipalities Executive Board.
Go ahead.
I'm looking forward to you, and hopefully you are successful in your position of president. My only concern would be, what sort of time commitment is that going to be on you, and will that take away from anything that happens in our community?
No, they work really well with whoever, and it's no different than me on the executive. They work hard with the executive to make sure that there aren't any conflicts with scheduling in terms of meetings, board meetings, committees, regardless of whether you're chairing it or not. There's a few extra responsibilities. I'll have more media requests. I'll be doing more interviews. The last few that I've been doing were virtual, so I wouldn't necessarily have to leave the community for that. But there would just be a difference in that I would then be the person conducting or doing the interview as opposed to the fill-in as the vice president.
So priority would still be
100%.
here?
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the mayor. I'm going to ask you a really direct question, Mr. Mayor. As a resident, with our, it's an opportunity for pitch of speech, but with our community experiencing some of the difficulties that we're currently experiencing, we elected you to represent our city and to tackle those issues that are concerning me as a resident. And how can you assure me, the resident, that those issues will still be addressed with you taking on this new role?
Sure. So the whole reason I ran for the board back in 2018 was to raise the profile of the city. I've had the opportunity over the last almost 5 years now to meet with more ministers and the premier. I would argue I've met with the provincial government more times in the last 5 years than the city has in its entire time being alive. My role as a vice president, same thing. We get the opportunity to meet with ministers, ADM, staffers, and different ministries very regularly. And then again, the networking that I get to do working with the other board members. If there are issues that I'm facing here in Wetaskiwin, and I can tell you I've got a number of colleagues that I can reach out to anytime to talk to them about it, to hear their experience on it, to give me a different perspective on what's happening and how I might be able to address it or address it differently if it hasn't been working. I still feel that being a part of Alberta Municipalities has changed how I've developed as a mayor, and I believe without a doubt that I'm a better mayor because of my ability to network with other board members and committee members over the last 5 years, and I see the opportunity to be the president as more of an opportunity to have more face-to-face and build relationships with the provincial and federal government, which again, while I'm talking to them in my capacity as the president of Alberta Municipalities, that's that role. But now they've seen me 3 or 4 times so that when I go back and sit in on a minister's meeting, whether it's provincial or federal, I've had the opportunity to meet with them 3 or 4 times already, and they know who I am, and I've built that relationship or that rapport, as opposed to me going in there as just another mayor who's sitting down with their hand out looking for more money. I believe that building those relationships is a big part of why municipalities are successful in their lobbying and advocacy for whatever it is with whatever order of government.
So as a resident, I can still count on you and the council to address the concerns and make that a priority.
Being the mayor of the city of Wetaskiwin is still my priority.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Through the mayor to the mayor. It's honestly, I'm really excited for you to be running for this. Seeing you at Spring Munis and also at FCM, and just seeing how much people from different communities know about you and know of you and are excited to see you. it's really cool to see, and it gives me a lot of pride in my community as well when I get to see how excited people are just to see you. Even though they're meeting a ton of mayors from a lot of different places, a lot of the time people are most excited to see you, and it's actually really sweet to see. And hearing other MLAs, hearing other elected officials come up to me while we're talking, and I'll say I'm a counselor from Wetaskiwin, and they're like, oh, you have a really cool mayor. And it's something that puts our city in a really great light and gives us a lot of attention during these events. And so I really appreciate the fact that you're running, and I look forward to voting for you.
Thank you. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 15B, tax penalty cancellation request. Welcome back.
I'm here to present the request to cancel tax penalty for the properties 310520 and tax roll 110550. So the amount that a penalty that was owed on each of the tax rolls was $311 and the other one was $480. And the reasons for the request was health-related and computer-related. At this point, detail on the RFP itself. So it is council's prerogative to decide whether or not we can cancel or reduce tax arrears, cancel or refund all or part of the tax, or defer collection of tax under the FTA. I move that city council receive a tax cancellation request to the commission.
Councilor Billingsley.
Just a question for clarification through the chair. On tax roll 110550, the owner said that they tried to pay on time but faced computer issues. Was it paid the next day?
Yes, please, all been paid.
No. My question is, was it paid the next day? Because if there was a computer, so if there was indeed a computer issue, were they here the next day to pay it, since they couldn't pay it on that, with that computer issue? Not sure? Okay, thank you.
I think that speaks to the importance of, if you're looking for a tax for relief on a tax penalty, that you come and present and you're able to have that conversation so we can better understand.
I move that City Council receives the tax penalty cancellation requests report as information.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any further discussion? Councilor Bronco.
So, I think I might have the same guy phoned me. If he was a day late, do we penalize the full amount?
Yep.
I understand when you send your income tax, it says there if you're 1 day late. If you got computer glitch, I don't buy that, because I'm trying to book a holiday and the computers don't work. The next day I went in, the price went up $300. The computers broke down, tough bananas. So if we're gonna give, because the computer was down, we're gonna give this guy a break, but the guy who came back the next day, either pay on time or don't pay. We all knew we have a deadline to pay. If you don't pay before that. So pay on time, or you give everybody the same rate, or don't give nobody.
Councilor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Sue. So with this motion reading accepted as information,
nothing happens.
nothing happens. Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Added agenda item 15C, library notice of motion.
Sorry, I didn't realize that Kevin had created that one. So at the previous council meeting, there was discussion about the library lease, and there was a notice of motion that was made for this meeting, and we had inadvertently not published it. Can you make it bigger? Sorry, this isn't the one. Paul, do you have a copy of that one that came out last time? Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering if we could move to the next item and come back to this one?
Sure.
Thank you.
15D, snow removal. Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. Just a concern about the snow removal. We know it's coming up, and we know we have a shortage of labor or operators. Are we ready for the snow removal job coming up? But we don't know when we're going to get it, but do we have enough operators and equipment, or are we privatizing this I guess, business of snow removal?
There hasn't been any direction from council to privatize or put it out for tender, so it would be an in-house.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? 15E, spray park. Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you. I have two motions I would like to bring forward. The first one is actually just a motion that sort of makes a public statement and it allows the spray park committee, if approved, to make an announcement to the community. So my first motion would read, I move that council supports the spray park committee's intention to create a spray park in the city of Wetaskiwin, and will make a mutually agreed upon location available for a spray park. And as I said, that motion really is nothing more than an opportunity for the spray park committee to go out and say it's been endorsed and supported, and the city is making a commitment to make space available for it if they have sufficient funding in place and so forth.
Go ahead, Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, what exactly will be administration's role in this?
That's my second motion.
Okay, then never mind.
You can tear that one up. as we move along.
Absolutely.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Thank you, and I'd appreciate some wordsmithing, Mr. Mayor. I would move that council directs administration to work with the spray park committee to do all the things that Tyler said earlier.
That's exactly how I would word the motion.
It's cleverly crafted, isn't it? Yeah. Because truthfully, and I don't mean to be smart with this response, like I think you captured them working with them to get information and details and specifics and bring that all back. But however you want to capture that.
Maybe I'll ask Sue what that meeting would look like, or what you would be working with the committee on in order to bring back information to council to make that decision.
Through the chair to council, I think we would need to sit down with them and gather all of the information that they have and figure out what pieces might be missing, figure out roles and responsibilities. There's a lot of moving parts here. They talk about becoming a society and using the memorial fund. They don't necessarily need to. We have other avenues to allow that sort of fundraising to flow through the city right now, if need be.
And that was my fault, because when I met with them, that's what I told them, is we had that memorial fund available.
Right.
I wasn't aware that we had other avenues to be able to, so
Yeah.
them knowing what they can do and how they can do it, I think is more the priority. And then having would that then come back to council for approval to use the city as an umbrella for that fundraising, or is that then administration once council approves the project to go ahead?
Yeah, once you approved it, we wouldn't need to, to come back for that. But I think really it's going to be sitting down and finding out what they have so far, what they're missing, and then figuring out the terms of reference on how we move forward. So with Paul's group, he has a position that would be community support and help this group work through the entire process, help us gather information, and then we could present an agreed upon report to council on what it looks like as far as the project goes, and then what it would look like operationally moving forward, so that council has
And
a full
financially.
understanding. Yeah.
You got all that, Juanita? Yep. Yep.
Any discussion on the second one? Councilor Billingsley.
Yes, question to administration. Do we have the capacity for this? And if we don't, do we need to take something off the plate?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, there is a position, and someone is currently filling that position. We have a person on mat leave that is in that role. So Paul would be working with the team right now to get it started. I do believe we have capacity to get us through until that person is back.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. Is it proper to put a timeline on this, or no?
Yep, because we're asking for a report back.
I would defer to Sue in terms of time frame, do you think?
I would say if you're approving budget at the last November meeting, we would need it back by the first November meeting at the latest. Juanita, what's the last October meeting? 26th?
Twenty-third?
23rd, yep.
Okay. Let's put October 23rd.
Would it be appropriate to put it, the meeting before that, just as an information item, and then if there's stuff that ties directly to budget, that would come forward late? I guess I'd like an update before all of a sudden everything's just sort of plunked down onto a budget sheet. And again, I'm deferring to you in the sense of just an update, what's happened, what's being looked at, and numbers coming at the end of the month kind of thing as part of budget.
And I'm still not putting the two together where we need to have the budget discussion for 2024 when this isn't going to be a budget item until 2025. So I think knowing what it's going to cost moving forward is us then giving the committee the go-ahead and utilizing the land for that piece, understanding that when we do our 2025 budget deliberations, it's going to be included into that.
And I wouldn't have any objection to that that comment, but I don't want to restrict the potential of it being there. You know what I mean? Like if it's deemed that maybe we need to have some discussion about budget in this next budget period, that we haven't restricted it from being on the budget conversation. You know what I mean?
I do, but I don't see there being a budget implication.
And I might agree with you, but I don't know that.
But I potentially
no.
see that we might, whether it's engineering, whether it's any of that stuff in 2024, that possibly could be some expenses.
Okay.
Possibly.
Okay. Councilor Bronco.
I tend to agree with you. We don't even know what their budget is, or how we know we're gonna set our budget when we don't know what they're gonna get.
But that's what I think.
No, but she's gonna give a budget for cost. They don't have a budget what they're doing.
Yes, they do.
They do? They didn't say it here, did they?
They told you twice this
Well,
morning.
I know it's between 5 to 8, but a year from now, when those pieces of equipment come, we don't know 20, 30% increase is gonna be.
Yeah, but what they're building and what they're fundraising for isn't a cost to the city. What is a cost to the city is whether or not we're gonna offer some things in kind
Okay. So it's just our cost, not their cost.
and what water was gonna cost ongoing and maintenance, or if we decide to go with a closed system or a flow through. Anyways, it's coming back to the last meeting in October for discussion.
Great.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Oh, I can't see your hand. Sorry, Karen. Were you in favor or? Okay. Carried unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, could we have a 5-minute break to confer with the notice of motion?
We will reconvene at 3:10 or when we get things on track. Welcome back once again. Who would like to make that motion?
I would make that motion.
Okay, moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Go ahead.
I know we've had a conversation with regard to potential options for a library. We've looked at the existing facility, lease arrangements, what we're paying versus owning and so forth. And I'm a little bit loath to put all our eggs in one basket and say, well, we have an existing facility, it's got so many square feet, let's jump into that without fully exploring what might be in the best interest of the community long-term, which might be significantly more square footage or whatever. And so this motion comes forward from the perspective of let's make sure that we are looking at our library long-term, well into the future, and to ensure that we're making the best decision possible on behalf of the residents. End of soliloquy.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. My only concern about this is, has the library board been in this conversation as well? Because I do know that they do in their budget have some monies, very little money, but some monies put aside for a potential new library. And
Or a review?
Sure. So should they not be part of this conversation as well?
I would think the answer to that is yes, as a stakeholder in the process, for sure. I was looking at this just from the perspective of, so often we've come as a council back here and saying, you know, someone previous to us didn't take enough time and attention to make a good decision, and we're now paying the price for that. And as we look at our library facility, hopefully it's going to serve our community for decades into the future, and are we and the library board looking at all the potentials to take our library services decades into the future? Or are we just saying, this is a convenient location to be in, so let's sign off on it?
Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. If you could please read the motion for me, I did not hear it.
I move that City Council directs administration to review potential options for location of the Wetaskiwin Public Library, which may include purchase or lease, and report back to Council by end of Q4 2023, and to provide up to $20,000 from stabilization reserve to complete the facility assessment of the existing library location.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Could I see that up on the screen again, please, Vanita?
Yep. Councillor Bronco.
Being new to this new library, our lease is expiring. I'd really like to know what it would cost for the extended new lease or versus, I know that you guys are looking at the repair, but we're coming into, we look at the future, and every time we turn around, we're going to be hit supposedly with a new COVID, and if we have a new building or we have anything, then it has to be shut down for 2 years. And the costs, I believe with all the forest fires and all the buildings, the codes are going to change the buildings. And I know maybe I'm extending something, Dean, you're looking at me like, wow, where's he off to? But we're going to look at options of either expanding, keep this one, or build a new one.
But that's what it is, a report to find out what we're going to do.
Okay. Okay, then I guess I get.
In Mexican terms, it's the whole enchilada.
Wow. Right now, the whole world is screwed up, so I would say just keep up what we got. They don't know anymore.
And you'll have the ability to vote on that by the end of Q4. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
So Candace?
That covers us off unless there was anything else. Meeting's adjourned at 15:17. Thank you, everyone.